Poggers. Poggy. Pog. Champ. Pog, pog, pog. All right, where's the PowerPoint? I need it. I need it. There it is. Early stream by like 3 minutes. It's not that early. Not that early. I always start an hour early on all Moons days. You know? It's the way it goes. I was just ready before 4 today instead of after 4. All right. I'm just gonna get started as soon as I can because this all Moons and all Moons takes forever. So the faster I start, the earlier I get to end stream. It's genius, I know. It's genius. Big Bang Charts, exactly. Not a race to collect all the unique moons, it's a race to stop the broadcast, exactly. Because like right now, I'm not wanting to stop the broadcast, but 6 hours from now, I will. So, you know, I'm just thinking about me 6-7 hours in the future when I'm tired. I'm looking out for him. Future Fur is gonna love me. Well, it's still all Moons, so it's still gonna take forever. That's the thing. Funny name, Sonny. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 42 months. I appreciate it. Enjoy the ones for the month. Thank you so much for the resub. Looking dapper as always. Thanks. So I didn't really dress up today. Do I like chicken nuggets? Yeah, I eat like a child, so. You know, you got like stuff like chicken nuggets and mac and cheese up there pretty high. First time watching the stream, welcome to the stream. It's been a lot of new people recently. It's cool. It's cool to see. I hope you get the big moon today. Yeah, that's the goal. We collect all of the moons, including the one in the sky. We have to get it. I'll come while wall jumping, you throw Cappy and then do the wall jump. You can get a little bit of extra height that way. Because when you throw Cappy, you go like up a little bit. Do you mean the one in the sky? Yeah, we gotta get all of them. That's just, it's the name of the speedrun. Chat, CJ uploaded a video recently about him doing 100% in Odyssey. And it brought me back to how, like, several months ago, it's probably almost been a year at this point, because I think it was late 2021 I did the run. I spent 24 hours collecting moons in this game, and I still have the footage, and I probably still should make a video on it, but I also just don't want to go through the effort. Because it's like, well, CJ's 100% video is doing well, and I feel like, you know, 24 hours collecting moons is like the step above that. Like that's where the whole idea came from. People making like all moons in 100% videos, and me being like, how can I take that idea further and, you know, make it stupider? I just never made a video on it. Like, video, speed it up 50 times, make it a YouTube Shorts. Wasn't it like roughly 3,500 moons? Something like that. Clone video was great. Thank you. It's a bit longer than the normal video, but people seem to still like it. Like, it's doing well. It already has over 200,000 views, which is great. It's honestly really weird how it's like some videos in the process of like a day are getting like 100, 200K plus views. Because like 6 months ago, when like the YouTube was still doing really well, but it was like slowly like growing and stuff like that, my thought process was like, ooh, this video hit 100K in a week. Oh, I'm pogging, and now it just does that in like a day, and it's so weird. Oh yeah, the clone video is the 100th video on my channel that's currently listed, isn't it? I forgot about that. Yeah, that's neat. It's not something I would personally celebrate because like I've unlisted videos before, but it's neat that there's like triple digits of videos uploaded and like publicly listed on my channel. I'm hiding stuff. Well, when I say like unlisted on my channel, there's some videos I made a long time ago that are like, I hate this, or like the video is wrong or outdated or something like that, and like some of those videos have been unlisted. I guess I unlisted my first video. I don't think I've unlisted my first video. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Because I think they're, yeah, I think I'm incorrect about that. Because I'm pretty sure my first video would have been one of my Hyper Relay Drifter PBs. And like, I know there's one from like February 2017, I think, that's on YouTube, that's unlisted. You can still find the video if you go to my speedrun.com profile, show obsolete runs, and, you know, go to the earliest, oldest stuff. Which is interesting, I think. Yeah, the first listed video is still a Hyper Relay Drifter speedrun, because my YouTube channel used to just be uploads of speedrun VODs. I mean, that's all most speedrun YouTube channels are. First time on stream, caught a lot of YouTube vids. Nice. I'm glad you like the YouTube stuff. Whoops, I forgot to split for Cap. We'll just skip the split for Cascade too. Also, Iziana, thank you for gifting a sub to Distorted Chick. I appreciate it. Enjoy the sub, Distorted Chick, and thank you so much, Iziana. How long have I been doing Twitch? My first stream was early 2017. First non-speedrun vid is the Infinite High Glide on Vid. Was the Darker Side video not before that? Wait. Am I on the right PowerPoint? Give me 1 second. I'm going to lose a little bit of time. But I think I'm on the wrong route document, which could really create some problems later. So really quickly, let me get to the right document. Okay. We're good now. So cover me through Odyssey hide and seek, so you came to follow because you enjoy watching. Hey, well, that means a lot. It's kind of interesting. Since Smallant uploaded his recent hide and seek video, all of my other hide and seek videos have gotten a view boost. Which is kind of neat. You found me through Amethyst? Nice. Yeah, Amethyst has done a lot of mods for me. And she's doing a lot of really cool stuff herself, too. Yeah. It's been fun. The hide and seek stuff has been great. I want to do another hide and seek video at some point, but it's hard to get together a full session where everyone like actually records and there's not like overlap between people wanting to upload, you know, certain parts of the video. Do I think it would have still been popular without Smant? That's a complicated question. And I think the best way to put it is Smant isn't the person who made me capable of making like good content. But because I was in the hide and seek stuff with Smallant, I got a huge burst of motivation and a ton of extra eyes on my stuff a lot earlier than I would have been able to do that on my own. I think that's the best way to put it. Likely no hide and seek tomorrow. Yeah, hide and seek is Thursday this week. What does Smallant... I'm curious. What does Smallant have on his schedule for tomorrow? Because I might know what it is. I'm just curious if it's like... You know. Because I haven't looked at his schedule this week. I just know there's something he's mentioned that he's doing that I'm excited about. Okay, so that's... He's not doing the thing tomorrow. On Thursday and Friday. Okay, so Friday is probably the thing I'm thinking of that I don't think he's talked about yet. That's exciting. Little Feather Tree, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I know what he's doing Friday. So that's exciting. Especially, I don't stream Friday, chat, so I can watch. Oh my gosh, I can't believe Smallant scheduled that stream just so I could watch it. That's so nice of him. That's so nice of him. So it just says Manhunt on his schedule. According to chat. The description says Manhunt against CJ. All right, well that means yeah, he's doing Manhunt, and I'm excited because it's one of those things where every time I'll have people like comment on my videos or come into chat or whatever, and they'll be like, "Oh, somebody should do Manhunt," and I'm just over here like knowing that they're planning it, and I'm just like, I can't say anything because I'm not gonna leak their content, but now I can actually tell people like, oh yeah, Smollen's doing that on Friday with CJ. I finally just can be like, yeah, they're doing that. I think it'll be fun to watch because I'll probably have that up on Friday. At least that's the plan so far. Yeah, I'm excited for hide and seek on Thursday because wait, I don't get this yet. Wait, no, I'm going the wrong way. I did this last time. Here, let's just get Jaxie over here so I can get back faster. Yeah, it's really exciting. Because I think Thursday there are 9 people signed up right now, and 2 of them are new. Said to tell you that he loves Odyssey. Well, I'm glad he likes Odyssey and likes watching the stream. You know the new ones? Is it on Small Ant's schedule? Like, again, I don't like being the one to, like, spoil stuff if I'm not supposed to, so I'm, like, careful. Yeah, so Doug and Linkus, yup. It's really funny because Linkus has been in the Discord server for like, probably almost as long as hide and seek has been a thing. And I think it's really funny that, yeah, he hasn't played yet. That's finally happening. Linkus hasn't done it yet. He hasn't. He's done Breath of the Wild multiplayer, I think. Has he? Has Linkus done Breath of the Wild multiplayer? I feel like he has. So that might be where the confusion is. I know Doug's done Breath of the Wild multiplayer. Which, speaking of Breath of the Wild multiplayer, did any of you guys watch Point Crow's stream yesterday? I had that up a little bit while I was like working and stuff. It was cool. Yeah, I think it was really neat what Point Crow did. Like, I think there were some technical issues that I noticed, but like for his like first major live show, I would say it went pretty well. What did he do? He did Battleship in real life. Yeah, I mean the battleship thing. Which was pretty neat. You want to watch it? I mean, I'm sure he'll make a YouTube video on it at some point. And I would imagine, since that's like, you know, edited content, it'll probably be a better watch than the stream, if that makes sense. Because they'll be able to like do a lot of editing and cut out any technical issues. I think he said he will. I would be shocked if he spent 6 figures on a stream and didn't make a video on it. That's the way I'd word it. I assume there's probably a sponsor. I don't think he got a sponsor. Maybe the YouTube video will get a sponsor. But I don't think he was able to get a sponsor for the stream. Is this gonna be on YouTube? No, not this one. Gilby gets a check for that video. I'm assuming he's probably making a loss on the video, but I would assume he's probably content with that because, like, he's mentioned so many times that somebody said it in chat that he's putting all of his profits from content this year into projects. It's all subathon probably money. Oh, well, I would imagine a lot of it is. I forget, did Point Crow... I know we got over 50k subs, but did he hit 100k for a subathon? The ad box popped up and then skipped itself. Nice. $70k. I mean, that's still a ton. It's funny to think people, like, some of the biggest streamers on Twitch just have that as their average monthly subs. Imagine. I mean, I'm pretty stoked right now to have over 1,000 subs. College needs better food options. Are you on like a smaller campus? I felt like my college when I was living in a dorm was pretty good with food options. But I also went to like, before I transferred, like a pretty decently sized school. $11K students. So not small, but also not like crazy. That was close. I almost fell in the deep woods. Because I know there's like schools in the US that are easily like 30K or like 40K or even more than that. I think. I could be dumb and speaking, you know, nonsense. Yours is 30K plus? Yeah, I don't remember what mine was. I just know it was more than 11K. school I transferred to, significantly smaller though. But I'm almost done with that. I need to remember to check my student email because I might be getting an email at some point saying like, hey, you need to do this like one last thing to get credit for your co-op, and then I'll be done. OSU has 60K students for comparison. I'd believe it. Is OSU's the biggest college in Ohio, right? I feel like it would be. I could be wrong, but I feel like it would be. RJW, thank you for the tier 1 for 5 months. I appreciate it. Am I still in school? Yes, but I'm almost done. It is by a long shot. Makes sense. What do I deem an unreasonable amount of money to spend on Crocs? It's a good question. I mean, you're an adult. If you want to spend over $100 on Crocs, you're allowed to. I don't know how much a pair of Crocs costs. I would assume not much, right? Like 30 bucks. But if you're getting some like fancy Crocs, you're allowed to live your life the way you want to, and I won't stop you. Man, I wish I was spending $100 on these. Are they more? Are they more expensive? Are they like designer brand Crocs? Do they make those? Yes. I guess I'm not surprised. I mean, if you want to, you're allowed to. It's your money at the end of the day, right? They're $600 Crocs. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, it's your money. If you want to get like the most expensive pair of Crocs and that's what you want to spend like your extra income for, then do it. It's your money. I want to look at these. If they're $600, what do they look like? Wait. One of these is just, it's just a Croc. But it has like a heel on it, and it's $625? What? And there's like a bag that's over $1,000? Crocs makes a lot of money from the little pin things that go in the shoes. I mean, I'd believe that, but... Oh my gosh, one of these is over $1,000. Fir X Balenciaga merch when? I don't even know anything about that brand. I'm assuming they're just some like luxury, like rich mom brand or something. Because I'm seeing like high heel Crocs. But maybe I'm wrong. First soon to be a brand ambassador for Crocs. I'd take a Crocs sponsor. If Crocs wanted to do a collab, I wouldn't say no. Well, unless they're lowballing me, then I'd say no. So it was definitely a bad life choice to spend $600 on Crocs. I mean, probably, yeah, but if you can afford it and like you're a big Crocs like stan, like I get it. I understand. I'm on the Balenciaga site. And yeah, there really just are like, they have like Crocs boots for $900. You can get this like here. I'm gonna link it in chat. I guess click at your own risk. But you can get a bright neon green pair of Crocs that are boots. So if anyone wants to buy those and send them to my P.O. box, you're welcome to. They probably won't fit me though, because I don't think I've ever disclosed my shoe size on stream, and I also don't know what that would convert into a woman's shoe size, so yeah. And also, I would just prefer $900. That's just the truth. Chat, I'm moving out soon. I need to buy furniture. I don't need $900 pairs of Crocs, you know? Indiegogo, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to the community. Enjoy the sub. Boink, boink. Wait, I'm doing this wrong. I was doing talkative movement for a moment. That's dumb of me. Ow. Also, in the future, ask before sending a link, but it's, you know, on topic, so I will allow it. Because I'm curious. I want to look at the trash bag, bag. It does look like a trash bag. That's great. How much is it? I need the context. Like, you can send me like, oh, it's a bag that looks like a trash bag and it's designer. But it's funnier when you tell me it's like $800. Or like $1,500 or something. Thank you for the $25, Magnus. I hate to break it to you, but I will not be spending that money on Crocs. I'm sorry for scamming you. Thank you for the 25. It's funny, I actually need new shoes soon-ish. Like, I don't need new shoes. The bag is $1,800. Yeah, I don't like need new shoes, but I noticed that I didn't need to get that checkpoint. The shoes I currently wear, there's like a piece on the bottom that's like a hard piece that I don't know, I could like pull on, if that makes any sense. It's hard to explain. What I'm trying to say is the bottom of the shoes are starting to fall apart. That's the easiest way to word this. I don't need to make it any more complicated. It is just simply the bottom of one of my shoes is starting to fall apart. Get no new shoes? I will. I'm just not in a rush. Because I like just noticed this. And I'm also about to spend a ton of money on furniture because I'm moving out. Gosh dang it. Can't move furniture and busted shoes. All right, well, I do have another pair of shoes, but they don't fit. And when I say they don't fit, I mean I can wear them, but it's uncomfortable. This only reinforces your statements. Maybe. Maybe. They're Mario shoes, though. They're the Mario 64 shoes. The Puma ones. I don't know if they sell them anymore. They probably do. But that's my other pair of shoes. I bought them because I wanted the funny Mario shoes. And then, yeah, I never ended up wearing them and they don't really fit. So, whoops. Oh, speaking of really expensive collaborative merchandise, chat, did you see that there was like a $26,000 or $27,000 like Mario Kart X watch brand? You did not? Well, there was. It was like a few weeks ago, I think. I don't know if they sold them yet, but yeah, it was like $27,000 or something. So, you know, if you ever wanted a designer like Mario Kart watch or something like that, you may have missed your opportunity. Sounds like a business expense. Probably not. Plus, I don't have the kind of money to buy something like that. Like, sure, I'll just liquidate all my investments and savings to buy a watch that I'll like get stolen. Yeah, that sounds right, Tony. That sounds correct. $25,600. Sounds like a sound investment. So, genuine question, do people even wear watches that expensive, or do they just put them in like a glass container? Depends. I guess that makes sense. Only to the Oscars when someone on camera asks about it? Okay, okay, it makes sense. Which I guess in that case, who is this like $26,000 Mario Kart watch? Like, what is the target audience? Like, it has to be collectors, right? Like, there's no way anyone buying that watch is actually wearing it. I hate this game sometimes. Indiegogo redeeming smile, guys. We get some smiles in the chat for that. A lot of smiles. But it is a contractual obligation. I do get it. Limited edition Kingdom Hearts hoodies earlier in the year, and how much younger me probably would have snapped at that fashion. So a kid goes to his mom and says, "Mom, I know I want for my half birthday. It costs 25K, not that much." I mean, even if your parents are like super rich, I don't know if they would just buy their kid like a $25,000 Mario watch. Like, sure, the kid's probably spoiled, but also, like, I don't know. Am I playing on digital? Yes. Smack get his controller already? No, I'm gonna send that to him once I know I don't need any footage of it for the video. Ow. Do you have the headshot for Pooh yet? No, but I think it would be really funny if there just so happens to be like an old yearbook photo that I have or something like that. Because you know how in like high school and elementary school and stuff like that, like they would sometimes have you take like the yearbook photos and it'd be on like that generic blue background and everything like that. If there's a spare one of those, I think it would be really funny to send one to Pooh as like the headshot. I don't know if there is one though. That'd be something I'd have to ask my parents about and explain, like, it's kind of a joke. Everything going to do all moon, ever going to do all moons with a mod? Maybe. I feel like for YouTube, it makes more sense to just like, you know, do any percent or something for a challenge. But just for like stream days, maybe we'll do all moons with modded stuff sometimes. No guarantees though. Upcoming game are you most excited about? Well, I'll probably actually buy Pokemon. But, I don't know if there's any games that are, like, on my radar where I would say, like, oh yeah, I'm super excited for this. Because a lot of the games where it's like, oh, I want to play this, a lot of it is motivated by, like, stream. Like, there aren't a ton of games these days where it's like, oh, I'm super hyped to play this. Oh, Breath of the Wild 2? I think Breath of the Wild 2 would be fun, but I'm not, like, hyped out of my mind for it or anything like that. It's basically just one of those games where it'll like come out and I'll enjoy it probably. And it'll be like mainly stream oriented. Still need to do more Breath of the Wild videos. Have I played Overwatch? I played Overwatch a little bit offline with friends. Overwatch is not a game I would stream. Game that you would lose your mind over? I don't know. I don't know if there's anything like that. The Overwatch community can get a little well. Well, that's like any competitive multiplayer game.
Hi. Mm-hmm. Oh.
New mainline Mario game? I'd be really excited for a mainline Mario game. But I feel like the reasons I would be excited wouldn't just be because I want to play a new Mario game. Like, because I do so much with YouTube and streaming and content, like, a lot of the time, I'm not playing video games just because I want to. Because it's like a job, essentially. Well, it is a job. It is literally how I make my money. So it's a very different, like, approach and feeling than, you know, 6 years ago when I wasn't streaming yet. Hide and Seek is Thursday this week. Dog Dog was hiding seek. Yeah, Dog Dog should be there this Thursday. I don't know if he's gotten set up yet. I know Linkus was set up. So Linkus is ready for Thursday. City Hall rooftop. Technically not where I was supposed to warp yet, but I can make this work. Did I see Samantha's new plushie? I did. Is that for sale yet? What did I think of the game show? Really happy with how it came out. Super excited for the video. I'm trying to get a sponsor on it. Like, I specifically told my agency, like, hey, I think this video will do really well. It features, like, you know, some other popular creators. A lot of work went into it. Like, people really like it. So I would love to get a sponsor integration on this. Especially since it cost me a lot of money. But yeah, I'm definitely hoping they can get me an integration. Sponsored by Jeopardy. I don't think that would happen. Who would you like the sponsor to be? I mean, it depends on the offer. Like, the way I look at sponsorships is like they're kind of like on a spectrum in a way, right? Like obviously, like regardless of who's sponsoring, I want to make sure I'm getting compensated fairly for the ad integration, because you know I'm selling a part of my brand essentially for money. Because I would be, you know, advertising product. But like generally the way I look at it is like, if it's a mobile game as an example, I would want the offer to be higher. that's the best way to put it. If I'm going to be selling like a mobile game versus some other product, for me to be willing to take a, you know, the mobile game offer, generally speaking, I would want the offer to be higher. Runeseeker, thank you for the tier 1 for 14 months. I appreciate it. But yeah, the reason for that is because like mobile games, you know, often employ gacha mechanics and, you know, often have more aggressive monetization systems, and you know not everyone likes that. So if I'm going to be, you know, selling one of those products in a video, they better be giving me a better offer. That's just how I view it though. Oh, and thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Some sort of gambling. Yeah, that goes back to the whole like gacha thing, like the gambling but not gambling TM. And I've always told people my opinion with like gacha stuff is I'm fine like that it exists, whatever. Like, you know, I like opening up packs of Pokemon cards, and that's the same thing. But I think it's the sort of thing that just needs more regulation and awareness around it. Because it is, you know, a little, you know. Sponsored by Genshin Impact. What's really interesting to me when it comes to like all mobile and gacha games, I feel like depending on what the game is, the viewer reception for taking the offer for the sponsor would vary. And I feel like Genshin Impact, even though from what I've been told, like the pull rates in Genshin are pretty abysmal, a ton of people still like that game, and I would say it's generally popular. So I feel like people would be more, you know, positively receptive to a Genshin sponsorship than a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Because Raid Shadow Legends is like the meme mobile game, essentially. Genshin Impact is popular for its open world, but its gacha's garbage. Yeah, that's basically what I've heard about it. But yeah, either way, I don't have any offers on the table right now for a sponsor for the game show video, but again, I did mention to my org, I shouldn't say org, I should say agency, that I want one. Imagine I get sponsored by Nintendo. It wouldn't happen. I do modded content. When I try and get a VPN, so I'm just like, the best way to put this, the reason I have an agency is so that they can get offers for me. So if they get somebody who's interested, they will tell me and, you know, give me what the offer is and stuff like that. Like I have specific people that get a percentage of what I get paid for the sponsor integration to help me with this stuff. So don't worry about it, chat. It's obviously not a guarantee. Like, I would say it probably doesn't help that, like, my viewership over the last, like, 2 months has been kind of, like, wacky. Like, the way to word it is I don't have, like, a year's worth of, like, videos consistently getting, like, 500,000 views or whatever. But I do think I could maybe get a decent offer on a video. And hopefully they're able to help me get one. Also, Wilk Martin, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Forgot to do splits for Metro. I've been forgetting a lot of splits today. I'll fix that in a second. I'll do a quick skip the split. I have 4 videos at 1 million. Now I do, it's crazy. Thank you for the 63 bits, Chess Ninja. Hello, hello. But yeah, if I say tank hit 1 million and mods, new mods every 5 minutes hit 1 million. It's insane how well the tank video did. Yeah, it's by far the best performing video on my channel. Which I guess isn't surprising, considering it is a popular formula in a popular game. Also, Garcom Blanc, thank you for the tier 1. Wait, you gifted a tier 2 sub. Enjoy the sub, Cola Casey. Thank you so much. Wait, I need this. I forgot to grab it. Would the speed video be the most popular? I mean, I would say the speed video is like, it's an early video I made that's pretty good. Because that was one of like the first videos I made after hide and seek. And considering that, I think it's done really well. The Breath of the Wild one's better though than the Mario one. That is my genuine opinion. I think the Breath of the Wild one is so much better. I love the Breath of the Wild videos so much. Love your YouTube content and finally catch a stream. Hey, well, I appreciate it. I'm glad you like the YouTube stuff. Wait, wait. I'm missing, missing this. The video's doing well too. It is. It's interesting because the last 2 videos I've uploaded have had really good launch days. But the horror mode video is an example. Like, it slowed down how many views it was getting pretty fast. And I'm curious to see what happens with the video I uploaded yesterday. I'm curious if it'll be a thing where it's like, oh, it's slowed down a lot. Or if it'll be something else where it, you know, keeps doing all right. Do you go for YouTube search engine optimization strategies? No. For the type of content I'm making, I don't think SEO matters that much. Isn't that very normal for videos? It is parody, though I feel like because I've been growing so quickly, I've had a lot of videos where it'll be like, oh, this is doing like even better, you know, now than it was when I uploaded it. Like, there's been a lot of like weird stuff with my channel, I feel. And I would probably just attribute it all to growth. Marhorn, thank you for the Prime for 3 months. I appreciate it. Further than every other YouTube and Twitch channel? I wouldn't say that. There's like so many creators that I'll see their content and I'll be like, whoa, they made that? That's so cool. What do I think my sub count would be by the end of the year? At the start of the year, my goal was 100K. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. At the start of the year, I think the number I wrote down was somewhere between 50 and 70K. But my like goal I really wanted to hit was 100. And then once I hit 100 in September, I was like, okay, I think I can hit 150K by the end of the year. But now it looks like I'm gonna hit 150K early next month. So I don't know. I really don't know. Like think of it this way. I've gotten, by the end of the month, I'll probably have gotten around 25,000 or more subs in the last month. If I repeat that for November and December, I'll be at 200K. So like, I don't know. It's a situation where it's like, if you do the math, I could hit 200K by the end of the year. It's like a possible, it's a possibility. That doesn't mean it'll happen. Because like in the last month, I've gotten over 44 million views. I don't think I'm going to repeat that for November and December. But it's just one of those things. I don't know. I don't know what my trajectory is going to look like. Like I've gotten so many like kind words from people saying stuff like that it's really impressive the like mark I've made in the space in such a short period of time. And I really appreciate those comments because it's like, oh, this guy is somebody who's, you know, been doing content for a while and they're like being super supportive. But yeah, I just really have no idea what's gonna happen. I have no idea what to expect. Especially because I need to start branching out now more than ever. Because I can't make Odyssey videos for forever. Like, I admittedly have 3 different Odyssey mods in the works right now. By like 3 different people. Which one of them's a custom map, chat. I have a custom map thing coming. It's not as large of a scale as the game show by any means, but I think it'll be cool. Especially because it's something I get to play through blind. But you'll have to wait and see what that is. But yeah, I can't keep doing Odyssey content. I can't only do Odyssey. Like, next week I'm hoping to get a Splatoon video out. And then in November, I'm hoping to get a Kirby video out. The Kirby video is a puppet video. So if you guys like those videos, I think you will like the Kirby video. That being said, I haven't started working on it, but I have reached out to Lice and I was like, hey, can you make this thumbnail for me? Do I want to try speedrunning other games or just branching out in general? I want to just try branching out in general. I think it's healthy and good for content. Game is like 5 years old, where's the sequel? Nintendo, that's exactly how I feel. But yeah, from like my perspective of a content creator, Odyssey is like a 5-year-old game and there is no sequel or continuation of 3D Mario in sight yet. And now when that happens, I'll obviously have opportunity to make a ton of new content. It'll be hard because tons of other people will probably be making content on it. But it's one of those things where I just, you know, need to be able to do cool stuff now instead of waiting for whenever the next big thing is. Thank you for the 500 bits, Janine, or Janine, however you say your name. But yeah, like the way I look at it, if I want to keep doing well and keep making like the coolest stuff I can, I need to be able to do more than Mario Odyssey. Timmy the Best, thank you for the Prime for 6 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Unless, of course, I'm fine with my like YouTube channel like dropping off heavily in a year, which I don't want to happen. You know, I want it to continue longer than that. Like, it's a really ambitious goal, but I'd love to be able to reach 1 million on YouTube. Because that's when I get the next plaque. That's the only reason. The only reason I want 1 million subs is so they can give me another plaque. So I want to be able to think like long term and think like, okay, if that's like an end goal essentially, what do I need to do to get there? Any games you're looking to particular to branch out to? Zelda. Basically, I want to do Nintendo. I think it's all close enough to like Mario to where Nintendo content in any major game, I should be open to at least trying. So like Pokemon's a big one. Zelda's a big one. And I'm experimenting with Splatoon. That's why I'm working on a Splatoon video right now. Hades is a challenging game. You don't enjoy watching it. I've played Hades on my own time. Fantastic game. I love Hades so much. Also, guys, get your guesses in the chat for the Bound Bowl Grand Prix. Yeah, this is unrelated to content, but I think Hades is one of the best roguelikes I've played. It's so good. You didn't know Splatoon had single player until you saw me streaming? Yeah, a lot of people just play the multiplayer, but... No, I'm not worried about Mario being saturated in content. I'm worried about only trying to only be somebody who does one thing. Like, I don't want to be a one-trick pony. 5309, any 5309s in the chat. Because like a game like Odyssey in particular could fall out of relevance, or I run out of ideas to do in Odyssey. And then it's like, okay, well, what do I do then? Do I just let my channel die? And the answer is no, I don't want to do that. I want to, you know, branch out, diversify myself. And in a way, make myself, as I guess, as a content creator more valuable, I guess is a way to put it. Hey, Fant, hope you're doing well. Frick. It is this way. It's a respectable goal. Yeah, I think so. Not the first time you've been referred to as leg wear. I'd believe it. It's sort of like how people call me fire sometimes. Do you think there's potential in Zelda and Pokemon stuff to do content? I think so, yeah. I mean, I think if you look at it from a perspective of like how Smallland's grown as a creator, just as an example, I'm pretty sure he's mentioned that like Mario content used to be his biggest content, but now it's Pokemon. So it's the sort of thing where it's like, you never know. It's worth trying. Like maybe I post my Splatoon video and it's somehow my like best video ever. And then it's like, oh, I guess I should do another Splatoon challenge, right? Like you just never know. Hide and seek in Splatoon is a good idea. I don't know if Splatoon's maps are good for hide and seek. Yeah, we'll see where Splatoon goes after I make my first Splatoon video. Because, like, even if it underperforms as a video, which is the expectation, that doesn't mean I won't make more Splatoon videos. Right? Because the goalpost should be lower if I'm not doing the thing people know me for. You think one of your first Pokemon videos you'll do a Scarlet and Violet? Depends. I want to make a Nuzlocke video, because everyone makes a Nuzlocke video that's a YouTuber, and I could use my paper puppet stuff in it. But there's also a video I want to do for Scarlet and Violet when they come out. And I know I'm not going to be the only one doing the challenge, but I think it'd be a worthwhile experience. Like, see how, you know, essentially like competing for a video in a way works out. Because when a new Mario game comes out, like, everybody's gonna want to do coinless, right? And everyone's gonna want to do jumpless. So what happens if, you know, I try and do that stuff while other people are also trying to do it? Does my video still do well even if it's not first? I don't know. Like, how do I make my content still unique even if there's others doing the same thing? I just think it's all good stuff to think about and good stuff to experiment with. Hide and seek is not tomorrow. It is Thursday. SMO, but every time I bonk I get tased. So you're not allowed to stream that sort of content on Twitch. From what I've been told. Plus, I don't know if I'm the type of person who'd want to make a video like that. Well, you could always wax your leg like CJ did. What's funny about that to me is, like, that's basically a loophole. Like, you're not allowed to do content on Twitch, to my understanding, where it's like, oh, when I get shot in Fortnite, I get shot by an airsoft gun or stuff like that. But waxing your leg, I mean, that's just something people do that happens to hurt. It's not like necessarily intentionally, you know, inflicting harm or whatever. Either way, I don't know if I see myself as one of those people doing videos like that. Also, Lunar Shadow, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 4 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dunk the fool for every hit you get dunked. There's probably stuff you could do like that where it's still like funny or inconveniencing, but you're not actually getting hurt. Like, yeah, you're getting dunked in a dunk tank or hide in the face. I don't know. This isn't content I like think about doing. Opinions on Mark Rober's Squirrel Olympics? I watched like half of it. I don't know if I care enough to go back and finish it. Like, normally I like Mark Rober's videos. I think they're interesting because I like a lot of the people on YouTube who will do like a science-y thing. But I don't know, I just wasn't very engaged on that video. Maybe it's because it's like the 3rd time he's doing it and it just felt like the same thing. It just wasn't as entertaining. So everything in game is IRL. If you fall in lava, you need to jump in lava. If you, oh no, I can't do that. I think you should brainstorm more videos for your whole ideology of being a game show host. I don't know if I necessarily want to do another game show video. However, I am interested in maybe doing more projects that are a larger scale, but it doesn't have to be a game show. Like, maybe it ends up being a game show. Like, I do have an idea on my list that is like, do this in SMO. And it would technically be a game show because the source material is a game show. But it would be different than the game show stream we did. I'm not gonna make that in time, so let's cross with it. How do I record / stream SMO? I have a capture card, which lets me hook up my Switch to my PC, basically. And then I can record the footage. Capture card do I have? I think it's an HD60 Pro. Elgato HD60 Pro. And can you install mods that way? No, the whole process of installing mods is different. All a capture card is doing is like intercepting the video footage. Found ones on Amazon for $30. The $30 capture cards are probably trash. I could be wrong, but they're probably pretty bad. But I mean, if you're not like trying to do like anything too fancy and just like record speedruns or something, you don't really need like a super fancy capture card. All right, we need to do cheese rocks still. So I forgot that one. Yeah, and that's fair, Vivi. Like, streaming is an expensive hobby. Like, I always encourage anyone who's like starting out like streaming or doing YouTube to just approach it as a hobby, like a fun thing that you're doing because you like it. But it's expensive. Because like if you're doing video game content, well, you need to buy a console, which you may or may not already have, a capture card, the games, stuff like that. It adds up. But then you get the money back though. That's implying you make money as a content creator, which if you're starting out, you won't. Yeah, it is a lot of effort for a little reward. Like, if you're starting out as a streamer, your initial, like, where you actually feel any reward will probably be you getting Twitch affiliate after, like, in some cases, it could be, like, months or a year. Like, I guess for context, for me as a streamer, my first stream was in January of 2017, and I got affiliate in October. So that's like 10 months of doing occasional streams. I wasn't streaming like every day or anything like that back then, but it's still 10 months. And for a lot of people, it's longer. Is that partner? No, affiliate is different than partner. In this day and age, there isn't that much of a difference. But affiliate lets you monetize your Twitch channel. You started streaming 3 months ago and haven't gotten an affiliate. Yeah, I mean, yeah, most people don't get it in like a month or two. Well, you don't necessarily need a camera and like a key light or anything like that to stream. Like, honestly, the only thing that the most important thing to, like, I guess buy if you're starting out doing streams is, making sure your, like, audio is clean. And that doesn't mean you have to spend, like, $600 on a fancy audio setup. It just means, like, people will notice bad audio a lot more than bad video. Yours has some review count to you and is an affiliate or such. Well, you don't have to be an affiliate to stream on Twitch. Like, you can just never fill out the contract to be an affiliate or a partner if you don't want to. You can just stream for the sake of streaming. Are you ever gonna try Genshin Impact? No. Unless it was like sponsored content. Because, like, again, I don't doubt that it's a game that can't genuinely be fun, because a lot of people enjoy it. It's just not the type of game I would normally play. Alright, I think we have all the moons now that we needed here. Okay, I got the stuff I skipped by mistake. Hey, Bat, hope you're doing alright. Any MMOs I've played in the past? I played Guild Wars 2 once, because a friend played it, and they were trying to get me to play it. Wasn't for me. I think since I didn't grow up playing MMOs, there's just no chance I'm gonna get into them now. And I think every time I have played an MMO since high school or whatever has been pretty indicative of that feeling. They're just not for me, and at this point in my life, I don't think I have the time to get obsessed with an MMO either. Like, my attention span can already suck sometimes when it comes to working on content. And that is especially true if my brain is obsessing over playing something in my free time. And if I had an MMO I started obsessing over, that would be a big problem. It would probably kill my YouTube channel. And my Twitch stream. Like when Elden Ring came out, my streams got pretty spotty because I was obsessed with that game until I beat it. It just happens sometimes, and I need it to not happen. If you wanted to branch out, MMO would be a wild branch. Branching out the MMO content would not work. It's so far off of what I currently do. This will be a new vid? No. Not every stream is a video. Only some streams are videos. Usually when I'm doing something wacky on stream, that's when you know it'll be a video. Like if I'm doing some really hard challenge or a mod or something like that. That is when, it becomes, you know, a video. If this is a PB while I upload the VOD, it won't be a PB. Game show will be on YouTube mid-November. If I can get it up earlier, I will. But it's a long process. Because my editor's working on it, and it's like 15 hours of footage or something like that. And I'm not their only client. MMO Mario Odyssey. I don't know about that. All right, see you later, Tony. I mean, that's kind of what I like about the dragon, how, like, out of place they are, almost. Like, it's surprising. You wouldn't expect it, and I like that. Hey, Neko. Glad you like the content. Is it Neko in this case? I always get confused with how to pronounce it, and I'll get more, I mean, I'm more confused here because there's two Ks. So, I'm just gonna ask. Yes, okay, good. Most people say Nico. Well, I usually say Nico, but then I remember, like, wait, that's wrong. But then Neko doesn't sound right either. So I'm like, what is it? I don't know. Yeah, it's cat in Japanese. And I'm bad with foreign languages, so... Whoops. I mean, I'm bad with English. It's hard. What's your least favorite kingdom minus the boss fight kingdoms and darker side? I don't know. Lake Kingdom. Like, Lake Kingdom's fine. I don't know. Hello, Lord Malkami. Hope you're doing all right. One of the channel point redemptions should teach Fir a new word in another language. Nah. The really hard thing for predictions with me, or sorry, channel point redemptions with me, is I don't want it to be anything that gets in the way of the content. Which makes it really hard to add new channel point redemptions. Like, even thinking about, like, the thing Byakko made for me where I can... Sorry, I'm focusing. Like, even the thing Byakko made for me where chat can take screenshots of my game, there's a part of me that is worried that, like, even that would get in the way with the content. Like, in a stream like this, it wouldn't matter, but in, like, other streams, I guess it would. And I don't know, I already forget to change so many things when I go live, like yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever it was. I forgot to change my going live notification. So tons of people came into the stream and were baited, think I was playing Odyssey when I was playing Splatoon. Also, Strength of a Dragon, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 7 months. Appreciate it. Also, I appreciate the kind words too. I am glad you liked the game show. I hope I can put on a stream again someday in a similar scale. Or it's like a really cool project that a lot of work went into. But I don't know when that'll happen. Do I think I will, though? I mean, if I'm given the opportunity to do something like that again, I will. It's just I have to have an idea that works and people willing to help me put it together. Wait, no, I need you, I need you, I need you. Thank you for the bit, Game Master. Planning on doing any Mario Party videos? Not in the near future, because the only Mario Party video I wanted to make was the one that went up recently. And when I say recently, I mean like a month ago. And there we go. Good fight. That'll be another Mario Party Madness. Maybe. I just don't think I would make a video on it if I did. Like, I like Mario Party Madness because it's stupid, because somebody wins something for doing absolutely nothing. But, it's just a weird event. Because I think it would be better if I required people to be there when it's happening. But on the other end, I don't want to have to get 16 streamers to commit to not playing Mario Party for like 5 hours. Or something like that, you know? I wonder if that fire hurts you. It's not really something I've ever thought of. Have I ever streamed Mario Maker 2? Yes. There was a point I was experimenting a bit with Mario Maker content, but I do not know if I'll ever try any more of it. Like, I don't think Mario Maker content is necessarily for me. I stream a game Mario Party with my other crafting others if they agreed. I probably wouldn't ask. Like, I'm in a situation where I'm pretty willing to be in things with other people when invited. That if it's somebody I know and it's an idea that I'm excited about. So like if I was asked to be a part of something like that, I probably wouldn't say no. Like I was in one of the Alpha Rad's Mario Party tournaments a while back. But it's one of those things where it's always a, it depends. Like, I can't say yes to something before I'm even asked to be a part of it. Alpharad's coming to hide and seek this week? No. He did not sign up for this week. It'd be cool to have him in one again, because he was definitely really funny in the one he was in. Have you ever used Yuzu emulator? No, I don't think I have. I think I have Yuzu installed, but I don't think I've ever actually used it. Which might sound like a weird thing to say, but I'm pretty sure it's a true statement. How do you install mods without Yuzu? Google. And when I say Google, I mean, this isn't a question for me to answer. Excuse me. All right, we're almost into post game. Let's go. XD, I'm not doing XD skip chat. Not a special occasion. Comment Zeldrake, thank you for the tier 1 for 13 months. I appreciate it. Shoutouts to the 6-month gift. Let's go. Oh, I use 2DSS. No, I'm not that good. Chat, what should I dress up for Halloween? Should I just like go to like a Halloween store, like a Spirit Halloween or something like that, and just see what they have? And just buy something and wear it on stream? Chris Pratt Mario. True. Your 5-year-old's gonna be a refrigerator? That's great. I love that. Should dress up as a maid? I don't know if I want to do that. I feel like every streamer's done the maid outfit, chat. It's like not even exciting anymore when somebody does it, you know? Like what is special about that, right? Ludwig will pay. What does that even mean? What do you mean Ludwig will pay? Am I missing like a joke here? The real maid outfit was the friends we made along the way. True. Can I do a backflip? No. If I did a backflip, my back would flip into a position I wouldn't be able to get it out of. To dress up as my fox character? I have a Kigu in my closet because I did that once. If I just want to put like no work into a Halloween outfit, I could just do that. Because, you know, most people won't have seen it, so like nobody will know. I should dress up as Big Man. True. Chat, every time in my script right now for the Splatoon video, every time I say Big Man, well, not every time I say Big Man, but every time, almost every time I say Big Man, there's a note on the side of the page that says yell and then comma air horns. You should go with other streamers in your hide and seek outfits. I mean, that would be kind of cute. Just dress up in like one of the hide and seek outfits, but that sounds hard. Like, I think I have to accept that I've passed the point of being able to do something that's actually cool. Yo, Mr. Brizzle, thank you for the Prime for 2 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. You gonna believe in yourself? No, there's just not enough time, especially like considering, you know, I'm working on videos. And ideally, the video I'm working on now, I need to finish before next Sunday, because the video I want to work on after that is definitely a video that's going to take longer than a week, and my editor is definitely not going to have the game show video ready by then. So I need to be like on the grind. And to make things even more fun, if the apartment I apply for I get accepted to, I'll technically have the apartment by November 4th. So while I won't move in that day, that's when I need to start actually buying furniture. So that's gonna be on the mind too. Yeah, I've had Tomshi edit like 2 videos. Gonna buy your pull-out couch? Exactly. I mean, that's the piece of furniture I need to spend the most money on, because I don't want to buy a crummy pull-out couch, right? Why doesn't Tomshi edit then? I haven't had Tomshi edit anything in a while. Still loves furniture shopping. Yeah, I think I'm really gonna enjoy it, but it's gonna be a lot of money. I've put away money for specifically buying furniture, but Still. Wrong way. Last video Tom she edited, it was the 1% move speed video. Gosh dang it. Moved in March, spent a lot, still don't own light fixtures, carpets, or TV. Yeah. I don't need a TV, but I kind of want one. And it's not so I can watch like modern day television. It's so if I want to watch Netflix on something that's bigger than a, you know, monitor, I can. Or if I ever have friends over, you know, we can, you know, pull up Netflix or something on that. Do I have fun with Paper Mario vids? Yes, they're just a lot of work. Do I think the tank video will outpace the current best video? No idea. It could. For how long it's existed, it is doing better than the murder is illegal video. But an apartment tour when I move? No, because I don't want some weird guy to like be like, all right, what? I'm gonna look at all the apartment complexes in Cincinnati, and I'm gonna cross-reference Fir's apartment tour to all of the apartments, and I'm gonna find out which complex he lives in, and then I'm gonna wait outside for a month because he can't stay inside forever. I just want to avoid weird people. That's the best way to put it. Though, in fairness, I feel like if somebody's that motivated, they're probably going to find your address no matter what. Like, if somebody's willing to cross-check every single apartment complex in your city with, like, one short video to find out where you live, there's probably another way where they can find out where you live. That's just the assumption I have. Motivated creeps are scary. What are the chances of that, though? I don't know. Either way, I'm not gonna give an apartment tour. I'll probably send pictures to, like, friends, but that's, like, about it. Is the refight easier than the OG fight? I think it's a little bit easier because you can fly infinitely. Alright guys, it's time for Mushroom Kingdom Koopa free running, so get your guesses in the chat. As always, you can guess the time of winning in the race correctly. You can congrats to the channel, so get them in, people, get them in. Grapes, thank you for the Prime for 2 months. I appreciate it. 1285. Any 1285s in the chat? I'll get your guesses in for round 2. Get him in. Also, I really appreciate all the subs today. It means a lot, chat. Chat's super active today. The all moon streams are always really active. It's funny, like, I mentioned this like every all moon stream, but it seems like I can never escape, also 1343, it seems like I can never escape the idea that all moon streams will always be my best performing streams. And it is a weird feeling, because it has been that way since like 2019. Bro, I got an ad. So true. I know the people watching the ad won't hear this, but one of my goals I am heavily considering with ads is on non-speedrun content, making it so it's only playing an ad every hour, but it would be 3 minutes of ads, and then taking that time as being an actual break. So that during content, oh, this is bad. Yeah, the whole idea behind it is so that people don't miss content, even though I'm playing ads. Like, I can't really do that on speedrun content because I can't just pause for 3 minutes. But I think there's a lot of other content I could do it on. I just need a way to do it where those 3 minutes aren't boring, and I haven't figured out how I want to do it yet. Raises a timer every hour for his ad. When that happens, he usually tries to pause what he's doing. Yeah, that's sort of like what I want to do for challenge content. I just want something to happen during the downtime. I like I Ate Your Pie's idea of using that time for gambling with predictions. So I might see if there's a way I can copy what he does. Because I feel like letting a prediction run during that time could keep people engaged. I don't know if I Ate Your Pies actually implemented the whole, like, Gamba thing they mentioned, though. I just remember them mentioning it in, like, a tweet or something. Exclusive sub-only gambling club? I mean, you would still be able to gamble on it if you're, you know, watching the ad. If you're engaging your viewers with gambling, well, it's channel points gambling. It's different. Like, I think in the context of I Ate Your Pie, what he does is he'll run, like, a quick CPU match of something in a game. So it'll be something like, I don't know, like a Mario Party minigame or something like that. And I do like the idea of implementing something like that. I think it's a neat idea. I just don't know what the infrastructure behind it would actually look like and how hard it would be to run. But yeah, I just think it's a neat idea. Because from my perspective as a streamer, to have more consistent revenue, I think it is important for me to run ads. But I don't want them to detract from the content. So I think it's valuable to find a way to run ads on content that I can pause that isn't intrusive. Saying on Pokemon cards is big content. I don't want to do opening Pokemon cards. I think I have moved on from enjoying opening Pokemon cards. It became too expensive of a hobby for me to continue to be interested. Considered moving to YouTube. I don't want to stream on YouTube. I like having it separate. So unless I have large financial motivation to not stream on Twitch and stream on YouTube instead, I don't see it happening. I guess it wouldn't necessarily just be a money thing for streaming on YouTube. Like, if I thought streaming on YouTube would be better for my stream as a whole, then, you know, I'd be willing to do it as well, but yeah, I just don't see it happening. At least short term, I don't see it happening. I'm really interested to see how CJ does on YouTube, though. And I, like, definitely want him to succeed. Because he's somebody who's made the switch. Prefer watching live streams on Twitch? A lot of people do. In spite of Twitch being a garbage platform in a lot of ways, there's things it does well that make it hard for people like me to want to stream on YouTube. Neko, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes for another month, and thank you so much for the resub, which I might as well sell this out, chat. Did you know once per month you get one free Amazon Prime sub, and you might even have one available right now? If you're subscribed to Amazon Prime, I should note. You have to be an Amazon Prime subscriber to have a free Amazon Prime sub. And you gotta have your accounts linked. But it's pretty good if you do. Oh my gosh, Fiery BFG, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Or you can use your stepmom's prime. True. Because if your stepmom isn't using it, then that's $5 extra. Well, I guess it's like $2.50. It's $2.50 extra that Jeff Bezos keeps every month. He doesn't need that $2.50. So give it to me instead. Easy. HK112, thank you for the prime for 2 months. I appreciate it. Dude, I can't believe this is so weird. I didn't realize I was a big enough streamer to tell people that, like, hey, you should Prime sub, and then I get Prime subs. Oh my god, that's so crazy. I've come such a long way. Jeff's got almost all the money ever, so why does he need an extra 250? Exactly. Which is why you gotta use your Prime sub. Don't use it because you like my channel. Use it because you specifically want to smite Jeff Bezos. Yeah, Primes are money from Amazon. It's basically a perk you get with your Amazon Prime subscription. Jeff's already got the furniture he needs. True, and I don't. I don't have the furniture I need yet. Jeff versus Fir, who wins? I'll be honest, I feel like Jeff Bezos could probably beat me up. He probably works out. I don't. I'm just being honest with myself. And like, even if he couldn't beat me up, he could pay somebody to beat me up. So that's like where the big problem comes in. Do you know the strength you gain from shaking your controller all day, every day? It's not much. Barely anything. Would I want to live in a house? Oh, that's like... This is a question I actually have feelings on. I go back and forth so much on whether or not I would want to live in a house or a condo. Because I really like condos. Why? I just do. But yeah, I like condos. But also, there's a lot of luxuries of having like a house in your own property that isn't exactly the same when you own a condo space. So I don't know. What's a condo? It's an apartment, but you own it. Just think of it that way. So like, you don't own the building, but you own the like apartment basically. Apartment when you own it is a good definition that you can understand. Yeah, like it is a space in a building, but you own the space. So you don't own it, but you own it. I mean, kinda. If you're actually curious about like how it actually works, just look it up. Thoughts on Odyssey 2? Probably won't happen, unfortunately. Probably would have been announced by now if it was. How many all moon speedruns have I done? Too many. You find it odd they haven't done Odyssey 2? I find it odd that Odyssey got no DLC and there hasn't been a sequel announced. Like, that's definitely a little weird. And it's honestly the only reason why there's a part of me that still believes Odyssey 2 is a chance. I'm still more doubtful than hopeful, though. No news on Odyssey means something big might be coming? Maybe. I would say at earliest, there would be a new 3D Mario late 2023, though. We're getting the Mario movie, that's why it took so long. Yeah, they're probably waiting until after the Mario movie, you know, comes out to announce Mario the movie, the game. It'll be in the end credits scene. So Nixer, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes for another month, and thank you so much for the 11. Like on the end credits of the first live-action Scooby-Doo game, it tells you to use the cheat code Scooby-Doo in the movie GBA game. That's funny. Have I ever played Roblox? Yes, but I haven't really played Roblox. My experience with Roblox is getting dragged into playing it with friends who are nostalgic about the game. And that's about it. Sorry, I'm not really talking right here. I need to focus. Oh, geez, I'm about to sneeze. No! Do I like exotic cars? No, not really. Like, even if I was super rich, it's hard to imagine being somebody who spends like over $100,000 on a car. Like, I can understand the appeal of being like wealthy and wanting a nice car, like that's in the expensive range, but not something that really starts going into like the six-figure range. At that point, it's just sort of like, That's so much money for something like that. Who knows how long it's gonna last? Trucks are crazy expensive these days. I mean, if you're somebody who's like has a truck for practical reasons, I think that's different. What? I missed that? You hate cars? Public transport is so convenient. In a lot of the US, public transport isn't very good. So you basically need a car. Alright, just don't screw up this time. Should be easy enough. Alright, what did I miss in chat? Does Australia have good public transport? I don't know about Australia's public transport. It might be one of those situations, where like if you're in a city, you'll probably have better public transit. A minute long ad? Yup. When ads play on the channel, they're a minute long. Where bird? No! Up into Maisha, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. I probably said your name wrong, but thank you so much. They couldn't hear you say that? Well, heck. So much prime usage today? Yeah, it's a prime day. Chat, don't let your prime subs go homeless. Make sure you're using them on somebody. You didn't even know it, so it's a good thing you mentioned it. Yeah, it surprises me that honestly a lot of people like don't even know about it, but it's a thing. It's pretty neat. It's basically like free money you have to give to a streamer every month. And whatever streamer you choose to give free money to, you get ad-free viewing on their channel. So wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If you don't like ads. And you have Amazon Prime. You just use an ad blocker? That's fair. I've said it in the past and I'll say it again. I'm not going to yell at people for using an ad blocker on my channel as long as everybody's not using an ad blocker. But that there will never be a situation where everybody is. So I'm not worried. I just think it's funny to mention. Do I really do this every Monday? I'm trying to get back into doing it every Monday because it's just a fun stream where I can just chill and talk with chat. You'd imagine nowadays a lot of people are using it. I feel like you'd be surprised how many people like browse content online and don't have like an ad blocker. Or at least if they do have an ad blocker, it probably doesn't work on every website. Because websites like YouTube, as an example, spend a lot of money to make sure, you know, your ad blocker doesn't work. It's like a tug of war in a way where advertising companies are, you know, constantly fighting to make sure their ads are displayed. Yeah, and a lot of people use mobile too. All right, guys, it is time for Seaside Kingdom Koopa free running. So get your guesses in the chat. As always, if you can guess the time I'm going to get in the race correctly, congrats to the channel. Also, Twerk, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. First game show was interesting. Thank you. Been watching a while. Love the Twitch and YouTube. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hopefully people enjoyed yesterday's video. From the sounds of it, a lot of people did, though. 2617. Any 2617s in the chat? If not, get your guesses in for round 2. Get them in. Clone video is cool. Thanks. I struggled so hard to figure out a good title and thumbnail for that video. Did CJ get banned from Twitch? No, he just streams on YouTube now. By his own choice. We're catching up a second ago? Nice. The fact that Rune Kingdom took an hour is hilarious. It's even funnier when you realize the fight is impossible. I was talking about it with some people, and maybe if you did 2-player mode, it would have worked. Because then you could have theoretically been rolling while Cappy ground pounded the dragon. But I wasn't doing a 2-player run, so I didn't think to try that. And at the end of the day, it's one of those things where it's like so inconsequential and doesn't really actually matter. I don't know what the chances of something like that actually happening are, G-Bads. And I don't know if I want to get into a discussion on it either. But that just seems unlikely. But what do I know? Maddox, thank you for the tier 1 for 37 months. I really appreciate it. That's such a long time. Like, holy heck. Here's to many more months. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you a lot. What's my biggest fan? I have this like power fan in my room. It's bigger than my old one. Okay, I find this a lot funnier than it needs to be. And like technically it is against the rules, right? But there's something really funny to me about a message that says opinions on democracy getting deleted. Like, it is against the rules. I don't want people talking politics in the stream. But I also think it's really funny. Wait, I need parcel. Are you just doing your job here? I know you are, Allison. I know. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just on my chat client. I see the message still, and it just has a line through it, and then it has deleted next to it. And I couldn't help but laugh. It's just too funny. But yeah, that being said, chat, streams are a dictatorship, so just remember that. Hey Isaac, hope you're doing all right. Dictatorship or a cult? I mean, I'm sure there's similarities between the two. First time, well, welcome to the stream. Remember when my profile pic was soft notes? I do. I decided to make it one of the puppet figures from the videos because I feel like that's more indicative of like my brand. Like the emotes are great and a really strong part of the branding on Twitch, but I think the like puppet is stronger for the branding on YouTube. Thoughts on disestablishmentarianism? I just remember that that's a word my friends would say when I was like probably in like middle school because it was a really long word. So that's my opinion. Whoa, long word. Chat, what's your favorite long word in the word that's like a made-up word for the fear of long words doesn't count. You can't say that one. I haven't heard of that one. The mono ultra microscopical. I can't say that. That's too long. Somebody copy and pasted it twice. You can't fool me. I see the capitalized letter in the middle there. Maybe that was bait to say you are and oh wait no the word my kid or I said when I was a kid because it was like, you know, haha funny long word was the anti-disestablishmentarianism because that one is longer than disestablishmentarianism. All you see is a mess of letters? Me too. All right, chat, that's enough long words. You've had enough fun. Now back to work. How did I come up with my character? Sort of just happened. Are you a furry? Yeah. It's just for branding, though. Chat, the truth is, I'm only a furry because it's good marketing. Wow, what a shill. Wait, what? No, that's a joke. That's a joke, but I think it's really funny to say. Yeah, it's just good marketing. Are you for real? Which part are we being for real on now? Because I just said a lot of things in the last minute. Also, chat, if you're looking for information on another streamer, ask the other streamer and not me. You should know this. Are you a furry? Yes. I always find it really funny when people ask that question. Because I think it's really obvious that the answer is yes, especially if you've watched any of the Paper Puppet YouTube videos. But a lot of people still can't figure it out, I guess. I don't know. I just think it's funny. My name is literally, yeah, that's the other funny thing. All right. So my name isn't Fir because I'm a furry. They have nothing to do with each other. But with all the other things that are there, I feel like it just makes it even harder to not put two and two together. Like, yes, they have nothing to do with each other, but you know, I have animal emotes on Twitch. In the puppet videos, I use a anthro furry character to talk for myself. My icon on YouTube is that same character. My name is Fir. I don't know. I think it's one of those things that's very like obvious. And what's even funnier that happens sometimes. All right, well actually this isn't entirely funny, but it's still kind of funny. So like it's kind of sad, but it's also just kind of funny that people do this. So like every once in a while you get like really dumb comments on YouTube that are like mean. Like I was reading off some of my like hidden comments on YouTube that are just like comments hidden automatically. And like one guy said something about me where it's like, oh yeah, I'd subscribe to Fir, but he's just too ugly. And that's the only reason I don't subscribe to him. So like, you know, people will just say stuff like that on YouTube. And sometimes, because Amethyst has her, you know, VTuber model, that's a furry, sometimes people will be like, in the comments, you know, it'll just be that one guy being like, why are you playing with a furry? And whenever I read that comment, I just sort of think, do they not realize, do they not realize that I'm a furry too? I don't know. YouTube commenters are wild. That's like the takeaway from this. There's so many people that will leave comments on YouTube saying the stupidest stuff. And I've seen enough of them to ignore them at this point. The lack of observant people correlates fairly highly with the presence of prejudice. I'd believe it. Also, guys, get your guesses in the chat for Cap Kingdom Koopa free running. Get him in. Life lesson, the internet is mean and stupid. I wouldn't say the internet is necessarily mean and stupid, but I think sometimes the internet brings out the worst in people because you can say something really mean and offensive to somebody without getting punched in the face. Or without facing any sort of repercussions or confrontation for saying the thing you said. 2272, any 2272s in the chat. If not, get your guesses in for round 2. But yeah, like that's the thing. You can just type away at a YouTube comment and say the stupidest stuff and nothing bad will come of it. I guess I'm just glad I didn't end up being one of those people who leaves mean YouTube comments on people's videos. 2301, any 2301s in the chat. It's actually something that psychologists have said is so bad about online interaction that threat of retaliation for what I'm going to say doesn't exist. Yeah, basically. Did anyone get it, chat? You said 23 flat? That is unfortunate. How could you be 0.01 slower? I'm just doing the race. I'm just playing the video game. I'm not specifically trying to hit people's times in chat. You saw me comment on a Pokemon video about how the vid wasn't Fortnite. Yeah. I still think that person who commented on my video saying that they would subscribe if I wasn't ugly is still like one of the funniest things. Like, you gotta think what kind of person they have to be to not only leave that comment, but not subscribe to somebody over that. You aren't even bad looking, just an... Yeah, that's like the other thing about it too. Like, I'm a little self-conscious about how I look, I'll be honest. But I don't think I look bad. Like, I could definitely look better. And, you know, I think over the next, like, however many years, I'd like to try and continue to improve my appearance. But, you know, I don't look bad. I put in enough work to look decent, you know. I've had a glam up over the past few years. I have, it's true. And hopefully I can continue to have a glow up. Also helps that a lot of those comments are literally kids that don't know better. Yeah, they usually are. About how bad you could look if you didn't care to sit in front of the PC all day. I mean, yeah, I could look pretty bad. Am I gonna do no shave November? No. I think I would look really bad with a beard. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to the community. Enjoy the sub. Psych Spark, I appreciate it. You can't picture me with a beard? Fair. I think I could look okay if I like regularly like did proper grooming with a beard, but I don't think I want to have to worry about doing that, right? Worrying about my hair is already enough. I don't know if I want to have to learn how to have a clean shaven beard consistently. Like, I would rather just have, how do I word this? I'd rather just have, like, a little bit of a stubble every, like, 3 days when I'm too lazy to shave, and then shave on the 4th day. When it's, you know, starting to look bad. Do I have a costume picked out for Halloween? No. I should dress up as a furry for Halloween. I could just grab the cat ears I have in my room. And then make like neon noises every once in a while. I don't think I could do that. Say meow instead of now sometimes. Yeah, I put on the cat ears and then I just, before the stream, I train to like say like tons of cat puns. That would be kind of funny. That would be kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. It would be way more effort than I would like, and then I would have to like untrain myself to do it. Oh, and then I can just make it even worse. I'll take like a break in the middle of the stream where I just eat a jar of cat food. I would probably like throw up live on stream if I did that. So that's not gonna happen. You ate bird food once and it was unsurprisingly disgusting? I believe it. Some bird food smells really good though. All right, chat, be honest. Have any of you ever ate pet food? And if so, what? Of course. Yes, dog food. Like dry dog food or wet dog food? It's human edible, so of course. I mean, fair. You've indulged in some kibble. I'm kind of surprised how many people are saying yes. And horse, what even is horse food? I would not count the human grade chicken you feed your cat. Yes, beef from Taco Bell. All right, you know, clever, fair. I'll accept that one. I've eaten termite. Guys, we're talking about pet food, not if you've eaten bugs. Isn't horse food just oats? Oh, probably. Lizards are pets? I guess, yeah. You're not wrong. Feeding your cats and dogs wet food. Jeez. I didn't think as many of you guys were gonna say yes. I have not eaten dog food before or cat food or anything like that. But I will say there was a point where the treats we were feeding our dog were made to look like Oreos. They weren't Oreos, but they looked like it. So I can't say I wasn't tempted. Maddox, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes if you got them, guys. And thank you so much for the gift subs. Thank you. I think you heard of a kid swallowing a battery. Wait, does somebody eat a battery? Don't do that, chat. You might die. Chat, don't put things that aren't food in your mouth. And this includes Joy-Con cartridges. Hello, Manu. Hope you're doing all right. Welcome to the stream. Fir, yes, Allison. I did look a Switch cart. That doesn't mean I recommend it. I was also given $100. Most people who've licked Switch cartridges were not given $100. You still look at him every once in a while to check. Don't do that. You guys are so weird. Well, it's fine to be weird. Just don't hurt yourselves. Approximately how many bonks do I think I've done? Too many. You love eating paper? That's fine. I don't think eating paper is gonna hurt you. Not a, you know, not a doctor, not medical advice or anything, but I'm sure it can't be too bad, right? Obviously, again, not medical advice. I don't know if it's bad to eat paper. But, you know, you do you. Like, maybe eating paper is bad for you and you shouldn't be doing it. But you're okay with that? Then that's your problem, I guess. Paper is made of super harsh chemicals. All right, maybe you guys shouldn't eat paper then. Unless you're showing a mechanical pencil lead, and that cannot be okay for you at all. Well, the thing about mechanical pencil lead is it's graphite, I think. Like, they don't make lead pencils anymore. And now I don't know how bad it is to ingest graphite. Chat, let's just go with this. Yeah, don't take advice for what you can and can't eat on the internet. However, while this isn't advice, I would recommend only eating, you know, food. Or things you're supposed to ingest. So yeah, whatever your bad habit is, I believe in you and you can stop it. Buy a fidget spinner instead. Chew some gum instead of chewing on paper. My ex-girlfriend used to eat grass. Can you... I'm having trouble finding out why that... Just not hear that right, gosh dang it, Blue. Would that even be a problem if you just eat grass? Depends on the grass. Yeah, I guess if it has, like, you know, stuff in it. You thought I said, well, I didn't. We're talking about grass. Dogs eat grass to throw up, so, well, you're not a dog. You don't know that? I guess you're right. Nobody on the internet knows you aren't a dog. It's true. Or knows you're a dog. But yeah, the moral of the story, chat, again, don't eat things you're not supposed to eat. None of my streams are medical advice. Thanks. Ba-ba-da-dum. Yeah, I will not be answering more questions about what to and not to eat on stream. Thanks. We've gone on through this discussion for long enough. How much do you like Mario? Mario's a nerd. How much do you like Chris Pratt? I have no opinion. I don't really follow actors. What do I think of the film then? I haven't watched it. I don't know if I can have an opinion on a film I haven't watched. Isn't it weird to have a luncheon themed sub area on the moon? Well, the thing about all of these sub areas, well, first off, we're in space still. You couldn't tell, but man, I just lost a second for that. But all the sub areas in dark side or whatever, are based on sub areas that are already in the game in other places. Did I do XD skip? No. It's not a special occasion today. I'm not gonna do XD skip on just any old day. You guys gotta give me a reason to do XD skip. First time catching the stream, but you love the YouTube videos? Hey, well, I'm glad you like them. Uh-oh, I just fell. That's fine. In honor of having 2 vids to the million. What's this in context to? I know 2 more videos reached 1 million. So we're up to like 4 now. Kind of wild. XD skip? Oh no, that's not a reason to do XD skip. No. No. That has nothing to do with XD skip. You watch my YouTube but not my streams, but you're watching my stream right now. Checkmate. It says don't ask. I didn't ask. I just proved a point. Why didn't I split for Cap 2? Because I forgot to. So I was too late by the time I remembered. If you do XD skip, I'll give 5 subs. All right. Now we're talking. However, it'll be 5 hours from now when I have another opportunity to do XD skip. So chances are you won't be here and I won't remember. You only hear the streams? Fair. I will say, I sort of just assume that whenever somebody is using one of those badges, that they're not actually watching without video or without audio. It's very unfortunate that like Twitch made accessibility tags, but then they just immediately got misused, so it's hard as a streamer to, you know, do anything about it. Yeah, I have a dog called Lily. I have to start remembering to call it my parents' dog, because what's gonna happen, chat, is I'm gonna move out in like the coming months, and well, the thing about that is it's my parents' dog. Like, she's not coming with me. So I need to get used to telling people that I don't have a dog because I won't have a dog. Oh, what kingdom's next? Moon 2. Okay. Amazon has class-leading voice recognition software and won't implement it. Yeah, I'm surprised that there isn't automated captions for streams. Like, I think there's extensions that do it, but it's the sort of thing that should just be integrated into the website, like how YouTube has it. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just the sort of thing where it's like, it should be there just for quality of life reasons. Have you watched any anime? I have. It's unfortunate because it's reached a point where anime I like are releasing new episodes now, which means I have to wait while my brain is actively like engaging with this content and doesn't want to wait. Oh my gosh, Cappy, stop. What's your favorite? Usually I'm bad at picking favorites, but I really like Mob Psycho. So I feel like if I had to pick, that would be my pick. Which is probably a pretty boring answer because that's like a popular anime, but you know, I'll take it, whatever. Warp back to the Odyssey, and then we go to the Moon Pipe. Your favorite anime is Code Lyoko? Is Code Lyoko actually an anime? I just know it was on Cartoon Network. When I was a kid. It is an anime. Okay. Excuse me. I thought Code Lyoko was French. Is it French? I don't know. A French anime. What? how is it a French? How can something be a French anime? Because anime implies. Okay, so it's a French show inspired by anime, so it is not anime. It's the same vibe as calling Avatar: The Last Airbender anime. You hate anime. Good for you, I guess. Saying what's your favorite anime is a meme? Well, oh, then you have me who doesn't know enough about the show to know if it's anime or not, for real. Because, like, Pokemon's an anime, and that was on Cartoon Network, so, like, I don't know. Come back here. Also, chat, get your smiles in, because we have somebody redeem smile. Get them in. I am sorry for Gat. No, it's fine. I don't care. It's fine. Look at all those smiles. That's a lot. We have a lot of people here today, and I really appreciate it, chat. It means a lot. Warp to Odyssey. And now to get the next set of moons. Heck yeah. Activate the dog. Classic dog moment. Excuse me. I hate the hiccups, chat. They're hecked up. Do I have water? I'm drinking water, don't worry. They'll go away. Has my family dog ever led me to treasure? No. She just barks loud. If you could choose 1 million bucks or your dog never dies, what would you choose? It's not my dog. Also, just to examine that question for a little bit though. That means your dog will outlive you. And the universe. I don't know. All right, moving on from that question. Your cat knocked over 3 puzzle boxes and ran away once. That sounds like a cat thing to do. Cats still like to knock things over. They do. All right, guys, don't send weird messages. Please, chill a little bit. Don't spam either, guys. Guys, chill out. We're all adults here. What's your favorite chocolate? I don't eat much chocolate, but I have like a ton of Mr. Beast bars in my closet. Which may have been not my smartest decision. It's sort of something that just sort of it just sort of happened. It just sort of happened, okay? I tried to get a sponsorship. No, that's not why I have so many of them. How many of them are there? Probably around 20 bars. That's not suspicious at all. I should resell them. You can still buy them. You can still buy his chocolate bars. I can give them out on Halloween. I explained this on stream recently and people were kind of surprised, but people do not trick or treat on our street. They just don't. They trick or treat on nearby streets, but not our street. All right, guys, it's time for Moon Kingdom Koopa rating. So get your guesses in the chat. Get them in. Is it really hilly or a busy road? I'm not gonna go into details on the specifics of the street I live on as to why people don't trick or treat on it. For privacy reasons. $35.29, any $35.29s in the chat. If not, get your guesses in for round 2. Get them in. So many guesses. Holy heck. 3923, 3923s in the chat. Can we talk about view count in the chat? Do not talk about the view count. And do not ask to talk about the view count either. I know. It's fine. It's just knowing my own stream analytics. If somebody asks, oh, can I say what the view count is? There's a few things that could mean, and it gives me a pretty decent hint as to what my viewership is at. So, yeah. Next slide. Warp. Odyssey. New vid was great. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. My editor did a really good job on it, and it was overall just like good content. It's like such a fun mod. Like Amethyst put it together really well. Because always, if someone points out a viewership number, you never know if that number is high for you but not them. Yeah, that's true. I think Small Ant's a good example of that, because like he's always gonna have thousands of viewers, and to like the average person watching a Twitch stream, that's a lot. However, also, can we get some smiles in the chat for that smile redemption? However, I think it's good to consider, like, oh, maybe, you know, the thousands of viewers he has right now is lower than average, and if somebody brings it up in chat, that could be like, you know, putting a bummer or like something on the stream. Come on. Alright guys, this is Cap Throw Farm. Basically, this is the fastest way to throw Cappy in the game. Don't call it dog abuse. It's a very dumb and overdone joke, and I'm tired of people always saying it every single time I do this part of the run. Like, I hate it. It is my least favorite thing people do in the chat, and I am saying this because I don't want people to do it, so please, don't. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Yeah, I know the controller turned off. It's fine. Like, chat, I'm gonna lose like 2 minutes. I'm gonna lose like 2-3 minutes. I really don't care. It's an 8-hour speed run. It's an 8-hour speed run. I realized the controller turned off when I left because it lost range. It's fine. It happens. I don't care. A minute and see, that isn't even as bad as I thought it was. You're not on a mod mansion. I can't afford a mansion. Chat, I'm moving out into a 1-bedroom apartment. And I'm gonna be sleeping on a pull-out couch. That is unironically what I am doing. How does this help? I need to get a certain number of cap throws. Oh, we're almost there already. Awesome. We need to hit like 3,200. You don't need to go the couch route, but I want to. Guys, I'm gonna buy a nice pull-out bed. It's fine. I don't like the stigma we have in chat about about these, you know? Alright, we're good now. I did a bit more than I was supposed to. Can't believe we haven't brought Chloe and Allison into the mod mansion. I don't have a mansion. I don't think I'm the type of person that would enjoy living in a mansion with like 6 people. I know some people do it. Because like, you know, $8,000 a month rent spent across like 5 people isn't that bad, but I don't think that's my lifestyle. Are you excited to have one room? I am excited to have an office. Chat, this is why we're going the pull-out couch route, right? Because I don't want to pay for a 2-bedroom. And I know what you're thinking, like, oh, you can just put a bed in the living room. No, I want a living room too. I'm doubling up the space so I can have both the things I need. You're sacrificing the bedroom for an office. Yes. Yes, I am. Some couch beds are super comfy too. Yes, the couch bed is the thing I am willing to spend the single most money on. You thought it was a 1-room apartment. It's a 1-bedroom apartment. It is not a studio. Studios are different. Get a chair that goes all the way back. No, 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 no. Chat, I don't want to sleep on a chair or a couch. I want to sleep on a pull-out bed. There's a difference. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Exactly. What about those beds that go into the wall? I considered, but I don't think I want to. Like, I could probably make it work, but it would be a bit sketchy because it's not a big apartment. At least the apartment I applied for. And I think somebody asked when I would move out. So the one I applied for, I would have the apartment on the 4th of November. But it's going to be a process. I'm not just going to suddenly on the 4th of November be like, all right, I'm moving. It's going to be a transition slowly of buying furniture until, you know, the space is comfy and livable. And then I will pick a day and move my setup. And even then, it's going to be a bit trickier than just moving my setup because I want a new desk. But I essentially need to, how do I word this? Ooh, I'm missing a couple moons. Is it a sub area? Moon 6 Seaside. Oh, I know what one it is. Yeah, let's grab that first. Make sure the internet is connected before you move your setup. Yeah, that should all be settled before I arrive. Keyword should. We're like 40% of the way through the run-ish. You'll have room for your play button? I mean, I'll have somewhere to put it. Like I've mentioned before, it's still in the box. It's just in a box on the floor. My 100K play button. Which is funny, because that is unironically something that means so much to me. But it is just in a box. The box it arrived in. And it is just on the floor. Am I gonna play the new Zelda game when it comes out? Yeah. That's the plan. Are we in the beginning of the long build-up to the moon jump and luncheon? Yes, that is correct. We are on the painting chain part of the run. Johnny Boy, thank you for the Prime for 6 months. I appreciate it. Add time, yeah. Unfortunately, there isn't a good way for me to do mid-rolls during the speedrun streams, but I definitely want to look into experimenting with scheduling breaks into the stream on the challenge content. Why am I not comparing to any splits? Because it's more fun for me that way when I do all moons. How do you manage to sit for 8+ hours? It probably helps that I'm only 24. But there are moments during the run where I will stand up. Like Cap Throw Farm, which just happened like 30 minutes ago, I stood up for a bit. And the interesting thing about all moons is technically you can take a break. You're allowed 1 break every 4 hours. So if you really needed to, you could go through the proper procedure to pause the game and keep your run valid for speedrun.com and take up to a 15-minute break. All right, guys, get your guesses in for Cascade Kingdom Coup. Free running, get them in. 1596, and 1596 is in the chat. If not, get your guesses in for round 2. Get him in. One day you'll be right. I believe in you, Chloe. I believe. $15.89, any 15.89s in the chat. I don't think anyone's gotten free running yet today, in spite of there being like a ton, and I mean like a ton of guesses. Like I'm just like scrolling through and there's so many guesses for both the rounds. That's crazy. How many more are there? There's a lot. I couldn't say the number off the top of my head, but every kingdom has Koopa free running. Well, basically every kingdom. It's not technically every kingdom. It's my username on speedrun.com, Fir. It's one of the few websites where my alias is just Fir, and that's it. It's actually crazy. YouTube added handles recently, and my handle on YouTube is @Fir. I actually got it. So if you go to youtube.com/@Fir, I come up. When are you streaming next? Probably tomorrow, but I don't know what I'm streaming tomorrow. Because normally Tuesdays would be hide and seek, but we're not doing hide and seek until Thursday this week. So I need to figure out what I want to stream on Tuesday and Wednesday, which I haven't decided yet. I mean, there is an idea I've had that, oh no, but I want to give people warning for when I do that stream. I don't want to do that Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, I could do Darker Side. I could do more Splatoon. I could be ambitious and do another new game. I'm in a tricky situation because I want to do a Pokemon Nuzlocke for a video, but I can't really stream that until, like, how do I put this? I can't really stream that until I'd actually be able to work on the video. When am I doing No Moons Monday? Good question. I don't know. So the issue with doing Breath of the Wild on stream is I need to learn how to speedrun first, which I haven't done yet. You only learned the fastest way to get to a call lab to Gerudo Town? Yeah, that one you kind of like wait around for 5 minutes before actually moving. Yeah, the Breath of the Wild speedrun's not too bad. Just a couple frame perfect inputs. Talkative Tuesday has a good ring to it. I mean, yeah, but I don't know if I need to dictate every single stream of the week based on alliteration. Right? Are you friends with Smant? Who's that? Yeah, I'll make all my streams alliteration. We'll do All Moons Monday, Talkative Tuesday. We can do Stardew Saturday, Splatoon Sunday. Whoops, I did that wrong. Fortnite Fridays. Status, thank you for the 160 bits, I appreciate it. When are you playing Among Us? I don't know. I don't think there's any alliteration. Among Us Arbor Day. True. And you reach out and do these insane moves? It's all pre-recorded. I'm not actually playing the game. I'm just pretending to play the game. You show up and the first thing you hear is Among Us? I'm glad. Is this pre-recorded? Yeah. Wait, actually, no, it's not. It's not pre-recorded. Imagine, that would be, imagine how funny it would be if I recorded an entire All Moons run offline, didn't tell any of you guys, and just pretended to play it for 8 hours. Wait, that wasn't a joke? No, it is a joke. I'm just proposing a hypothetical here. That's a really good April Fool's Day joke. I have an April Fool's Day joke in mind that involves SMO modding, but I don't know how worthwhile it would be. Because I don't know if it would make a good video or not. I think it'd be really funny for a stream. Prove it. I can't believe you at this point. No, I'm not gonna prove it because it's funnier if I don't. It's funnier if there's like that sense of doubt in the back of your mind that this run is pre-recorded. Like any streamer could prove you wrong right now. It would be so easy to, but I don't have to. And that's what's special. You gonna show us the microwave? No. How do we know the cam and mic aren't pre-recorded? I shouldn't have to answer that one. I really shouldn't have to answer that one. If you can't figure that one out, that's your problem. The game, I can at least leave like a figment of like doubt in your mind. Even if it's not pre-recorded. And I think it's pretty obvious it's not pre-recorded. It's still just too funny to not prove it beyond doubt. Imagine Twitch was actually a video uploading platform, but with live chat. I mean, YouTube does that on some videos, right? You can schedule a premiere. This isn't YouTube? It's not. It's true. Never realized Bowser has so many moons. I mean, this game in general just has a lot of moons. Are you always a furry? What does that mean? What does that mean? Only on days that end in Y. Wait, isn't that all of them? Yeah, I only get the fursuits on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'm just a part-time furry. I have shared ownership over the suit. No. I don't think that's how being a furry works. You lost the fursuit in the divorce? I mean, it's an expensive asset. You guys know how much those things cost? They're expensive. I don't have one, but I know. Joint custody over the fursuit. I'm imagining a scenario where something like that could happen. Like, imagine somebody and their partner own a single fursuit, and that single fursuit represents the online presence of a character that is not specifically either of them. And then they get a divorce, and there's this huge lawsuit over which of them gets to keep the accounts, and it becomes, I don't know, some weird thing. All right, guys, get your guesses in the chat for Bowser Kingdom Koopa free running. Get him in. Okay, I know furry stuff has been brought up a lot in the streams, but I think one of the most interesting and funniest things about, like, furries to me, especially when it comes to furries that stream, is you suddenly enter this really weird situation where the character you're using to represent yourself online starts becoming a, like, major part of your branding. So you enter this situation where it's like, oh, well, I want, you know, like, you want a fursuit, and then so it's like, oh, well, that's a tax deduction. It's tax deductible. I'm sure there's a Twitch streamer or YouTuber out there that is a furry that wrote off their fursuit. $111.52, any $111.52s in the chat. If not, get your guesses in for round 2. Get him in, get him in. Alright, guys, let's not talk about fetishes. There are kids in the stream. And when I say kids, I mean people over the age of 13. I will accept a little innuendo at most. But I don't really want to go further than that in terms of like stream content. That's all your humor is, innuendos. Yeah, again, I think innuendos are fine. I just don't want people to go into blatant discussion on, you know, that sort of stuff. Here just isn't the place. If I was an 18+ streamer, then maybe it would be different, but I'm not. I play Mario games. Drop the Dark Channel in? No, thank you. Me not wanting to talk about those sorts of topics, like in a stream space, isn't just because I play a Mario game. It is just a, like, I don't want to do that. If that's what people want to do with, you know, their own stuff, that's fine. That's valid. Do what you want to do. It's not what I want to do, though. The most I want to do in my videos is like swear sometimes because I think it's funny. Still no winners? That's hecked up. What are my thoughts on Mario's butt? I mean, I'm the guy who made the tweet. I made the tweet. How does it feel to be Twitter famous? It doesn't matter and it's inconsequential. Okay, it's not entirely inconsequential. I did get a lot of followers. However, a viral tweet isn't gonna have any long-term effects on my content. It just means that G Fuel was gonna repost it to their Instagram. And that's it. Do I really want to be known as the Mario butt tweet guy? No, not really. Which tweet? The one where there's Mario with a massive butt in Mario Odyssey next to the Mario movie trailer image. That was my tweet. It is my most liked tweet, and it probably always will be. It has nearly 600,000 likes. So, what do you know? Where do we warp here? Beneath the keep again. If people spam like that, you can just time them out. But tweets are good for engagement, apparently. It's really funny because I was looking at the screenshots on my modded Switch recently because I was trying to make the thumbnail for the video that went out yesterday, and I saw the screenshot. Like the original screenshot. Well, it's technically not entirely the original screenshot Because I took the screenshot and I was like, wait, I'm too lazy to have this like transferred over to my PC. So I opened up OBS and got out the sniffing tool and then just took a, you know, a screenshot of the picture. How can we mainly swear on YouTube and not on Twitch? Because I don't naturally swear, but I think swearing and, you know, certain jokes can be funny. So that's why I swear more on YouTube than I do on Twitch. Like you'll notice that the only times I swear in videos are when it's scripted. Like the highlight videos, like the one that went up yesterday, I don't swear in. But if there's a script to it, then I swear. Go to the next slide, please. First time watching your streams, you love the YouTube videos? Thank you, I'm glad you like them. And a highlight video Amethyst uploaded recently. Was that the like tether mod? That might have been my like one swear on stream in the last like 2 months. Because that does happen sometimes. It'll be like, oh, it would be really funny if I swore right now. Like, chat, I bet you're anticipating it. You're like, oof, what if Fir, like, as a joke right now, talking about how he doesn't swear, swears. Because I could. Your pure ears are not ready for it? What do you mean, pure ears? There's a hide and seek one, really? I don't remember the context. I probably thought it would be funny at the time. Swearing count if you're quoting somebody, sorta, kinda, depends. I like that chat apparently knows every swear first done in the video off memory. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's just what chat does. Hey, sometimes you just gotta talk about flags with the homies, Amy. You know? Like, chat, did you guys know that the Ohio flag is really weird? It's not a square. Or a rectangle, sorry. You know that. You probably did. It's like one of the only state flags that's like that. It's a real flag? True. What's wrong with Maryland's flag? I don't know what Maryland's flag is. But a lot of people really don't like it. Save yourself. Please look it up, it's ugly. I feel like I should look it up. Maryland flag. Oh. Chat, it's just a flag. Why do you guys hate it so much? Like, yeah, I get it. It's weird. But does it really matter that much? Are you really this passionate about not liking the Maryland flag? To the moon rock. You wanna know why so many people know about the flag? Yeah, that's another good question. Why do you guys all know about this flag? It's Maryland. Who cares? Maryland's like the most inconspicuous state. It's just sort of there. It's not too unnotable to be notable, but I feel like it's not too notable either. Right? Says a guy from Ohio. Ohio is notoriously unnotable. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to. I misclicked. Unbanned. Misclicked. I wanted to change a deleted message to a timeout. Also, get your guesses in for the Iceburn Circuit. Get them in, people. Get them in. Is this the longer one? Yeah, this one's like over a minute and a half. Yeah, Ohio is definitely like notable for not being notable. But like it's different. I feel like there's a few states like that. Ohio is just more memey in that sense. I would imagine Harambe helped with that. 136.99. Any 136.99s in the chat? If not, get them in for round 2. Do I like Cincy teams or Cleveland teams? I'm not invested in sports. I live in Cincy though. Does my family watch sports? Yes. Alright. This has been an okay race. I hate how long it is. $134.29. Any 134.29s in the chat? Anyone get it this time? Because nobody's gotten it yet today. Not a single one of you have guessed any of the races right. And that is heartbreaking. Thanks to Good Luck Eagle Gamer. Alright, well, good luck on the pumpkin carving peaches. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're called Shivarians. $99. No! Gosh dang it. I was at 99? I don't know. Ad isn't ad time. I wonder what ads people get this time. Twitch didn't give you an ad, you're scared now? I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it. Can't believe there hasn't been a single race winner yet. I can't either. 3 ads, 45 seconds total. It's so funny to me that, you know, Twitch puts all this work into making streamers like me do the ads incentive program, and then it just doesn't even work. And it'll be like, all right, this guy in chat didn't get an ad, and then this other person got less ads than it was supposed to play. And it's just sort of like, Twitch, I don't understand. Like, I'm not gonna complain if people don't get ads, but it's really weird that, like, the system just seems like it's broken. All right, guys, get your guesses in the chat for the race, the free running. Please, somebody win this time. $15.23, any 15.23s in the chat. If not, get your guesses in for round 2. Get them in. Yeah, that's true, Zucchini Puff. Yo, did Bug a Rug get it? Chat, everyone clap. You have to clap for Bug a Rug because nobody else has gotten it today. You have to. Please clap. And then it'll be really hard for anyone to tell if somebody got it right on round 2. That's the fun part. $15.77, any 15.77s in the chat. Somebody get it round 2. You were 1 millisecond off, I'm sorry. That was your guess for round 1, I'm also sorry. The unfortunate circumstance where you guess round 1 and you change your guess for round 2. It's the risk. It's a big risk. Sorry for yawning a little bit there. I know I don't need to apologize for that, but I am anyways. You used to call a ground pound a butt slam? It is a butt slam. Should do a bigger yawn and not apologize. How was that? Uh-oh. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Nothing was going wrong. I was never in danger. All right, see you later. Awesome. Also, Allison, thank you for gifting us up to Bug a Rug. I appreciate it. Enjoy the gift sub, Bug, and thank you so much, Allison. They deserved it. I mean, they are the only person who's guessed right all day. Streamer, do not throw. What are you guys even guessing on? Bound Bowl. Oh. You bet all your fur bucks on this? Well, that's a mistake. You did too. You guys gotta be careful with your money, chat. Gambling isn't smart. And that's why you're only allowed to gamble with fake money. Gambling is both fun and non-addictive? I don't know about that. Yeah, if you watch streams enough, you can get tens or even hundreds of thousands of channel points without gambling. The catch is, you're probably never gonna hit 1 million unless you gamble. So, the choice is yours. Do you want to be a channel point millionaire with the risk of going broke? Or will you be content with your tens of thousands of channel points? You can almost hit millions too without gambling. Yeah, but most people haven't been here for like 3 years watching every stream. You know? The most channel points I have in chats without betting is like 300,000 or 400,000. And the most channel points I have had, keyword is had here, I don't have this many channel points anymore, was 5.6 million. But that was with gambling, and I'm back down to like 1.5 in that chat. And I haven't watched that chat much recently. Whose channel did you have that many in? Some of you will understand if I say it if you watch the streamer, but I had over 5 million channel points in Barb's chat at one point. And now I have somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million. I don't really bet in chats anymore. I used to be really into it while I like watch streams, but nowadays I can't really have streams up and focus well, especially if I'm trying to do predictions, so I just don't really do that anymore. So I'm probably always just going to be around that many channel points in his chat. And it's the same with like the other chats I have a lot of channel points in from gambling. Like I have 1 million channel points in Northern Lions chat from bets. I don't even know how that happened, to be honest. I don't know how I hit 1 million in Northern Lions chat. It was probably just like super auto pets betting or something. Because I used to be really into super auto pets. Wait, this way, this way, this way. You buffer them, Churin. So you're basically spinning before... You're spinning the joystick before Mario starts spinning. So like while rolling or while going through a door or something. Man, you guys are really gonna have to wait for this. To wait for this prediction, because it's after Jump Farm. You love Jump Farm? I don't. Alright. Jump Farm is very satisfying. It's not. It really isn't, in my opinion. Like, I'm just jumping, and that's it. Alright, so I like to stand up during this part of the run. I'm about to spend the next like 6 minutes just spamming the jump button. So chat, since I'm about to spend the next 6 minutes doing this, do you guys want some ads? The catch is, chat, if I play an ad now, you won't get an ad 5.5 minutes from now. There will be an ad regardless. It's just, I can do it now instead of having it play later. Yeah, you guys might miss Bound Bowl if we wait it out. Okay, do it now. Alright, I'm gonna do it, chat. Here it comes. Here it comes. Uh-oh. Mine has a dog. I'm so proud. Explain what you're doing right now. I'm jumping because there's a moon I get for jumping 10,000 times. Your screen only went back and then froze. I think that probably means you have an ad blocker that doesn't work on Twitch. That's what I've heard. That some ad blockers just freeze the video player. You only got 3 15-second ads? That's so weird. Twitch's ad system is so weird. I clicked on the button to pay 90 seconds of ads. So if you got 45 seconds of ads, I don't know. So strange. You haven't gotten any ads today, you're not mobile, you're not subbed, you don't have turbo, and you don't have an ad blocker. You're just special, I guess. Maybe Twitch is like trying to A/B test ad stuff behind the back, like everyone's backs, to see how effective, like, or how much of an effect playing ads has on viewership. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. if the ads incentive program is just a front, it's for Twitch to get user data on whether or not ads affects viewership. That would imply Twitch cares about their creators. Twitch cares about making money, and if everyone leaves their platform because the ads suck, then, you know, that's a problem for them making money. Like, I would totally believe they're doing like A/B testing on like ads, and that's why it seems like the whole system is broken. All right, we need 1,800 more jumps. You can't skip Twitch ads? Yeah. Imagine a Twitch agent is in the stream and hears us talking about Twitch. Chances are, if somebody who works at Twitch is watching the stream, they have nothing to do with the decisions around the ads. Well, in the context of Twitch pandering to investors, it's them pandering to Amazon. I would imagine. Yeah, they're also probably here for fun and not work. That's true. I know Twitch staff who watch streams. And I also know Twitch staff who stream. Mother of your toes, thank you for the prime. I have to say, I think it was you last time. Yeah, where I didn't say your full name and it was weird, so I have to say the full name. Thank you for the prime sub, I appreciate it. Yeah, I said see ya, mother. And I was like, oh wait, that's weird. I gotta say your whole name every time. I will admit though, the whole name's a little weird too. But I'd rather say that than, you know. What's the point of bits when you can gift subs? Streamers get a better cut of bits than subs. Will anyone's taking count? The game is, so I can just check the games tracker. All right, you guys are finally gonna get the race you're betting on soon. How many channel points are on the line? Just so I know. I want to ask, how many channel points are on the line? About 100K. I mean, that's not even that much channel points, chat. And you're afraid of losing your channel points? It's only 100K and you're worried? Sorry, we're not rich enough for you. All right, guys, get your guesses in the chat for the Bound Bowl Grand Prix. Get them in. Also, XNate, thank you for the Prime for 45 months. That is such a long time. I really appreciate it. 5257. Any 5257s in the chat? Everyone just freaking out about the prediction. Guys, don't bet what you're not willing to lose. I know they're all fake internet points, but still. Lady Knight, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. You're rich? I'm proud of you, Sonny. Hype train? Is it a hype train? I mean, I'll take it. I'll take a hype train. I don't see why not. I almost screwed that up. Hey, well, I'm glad you like the content, Soham. All right, on to Wooded. For downloading SMO mods, I would use the internet as a resource. I cannot guide people through the process. It is complicated. Do I like money? Sure. Money lets me buy things like furniture and pay rent. What's furniture? You own one lawn chair? Chat, I should just have my office and then in like the living room of the apartment, just have one lawn chair and that's what I sleep on. And then what I'll do is I'll like just put a ton of beach or like a ton of sand on the floor. Put the lawn chair on the sand. And then when my parents come over, they'll be like, what is this? Be like, oh yeah, that's my bed. Do it? No, that would be horrible quality of life. I can have a pet fish? No, I don't want a pet fish. At least not at this stage of my life. I don't want pets. Promise you will put things on your walls. I feel like houses look boring if they don't have things on their walls a lot of the time. So I will try. Storm Mystic, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing, and I appreciate you. Hype train, is the hype train still going? I figured it would have ended by now. The Small Man streaming? Ask Small Man, not me. Favorite song that SML has? I like the vocal tracks. I think they're fun. Streaming with him tomorrow? No, I'm streaming with him Thursday. Guys, hide and seek is on Thursday this week. I know that's really confusing because it's been on Tuesdays for like a year, like basically every week, but it is on a Thursday. Wait, no, wrong order, wrong order, wrong order. Oh no, the dinosaur. Why is it on Thursday this week? It worked better for more people. Will there be a 16-person hide and seek ever? I don't know if getting 16 people together to play SMO is even possible. Who's playing? A lot of the normal people. I think Kleisel's gonna be there too. I know Linkus is gonna be there. Linkus is new. Doug is supposed to be there. Who should be there? How many hiders / seekers per round? It probably depends on how many people actually show up and what we end up doing. Because I think with 9, we usually do 3 seekers at once. So if it's 9, it'll probably be that. Super Smash Bros, thank you for the Prime for 4 months. I appreciate it. If everyone shows up and that's a big if. Yeah, people have a tendency to, you know, realize that there's schedule conflicts or something like that. That's just how life goes. I feel like a lot of streamers can be super flaky at times. Yeah, I think 9 people have said they're available. When the stream be? It's just Thursday. Just Thursday, hide and seek. 1 PM. How long have I been getting moons? 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 15 seconds. Oh no, I didn't grow it far enough. Gosh dang it. I think I was 100 coins off. Oh, well, we got the moon. When do I think I'll be done? Around midnight. Eastern. It's an 8-hour speedrun, roughly. It is a long one, that's for sure. Very, very exhausting. You eat nothing for 8 hours? Sometimes. I'm one of those people who has bad eating habits and has a tendency to eat one large meal a day. Okay, chat, I want you to pay really close attention to the end of the moon count. Alright? The very last moon. Did you see that? Did you catch it? Yeah, it turned into 3 dots. See you later, Isaac. It's actually healthy to only eat when hungry instead of eating at specific times. I mean, I'd believe that, but I don't think what I'm doing is necessarily healthy. That being said, I'm not gonna take medical advice from Twitch chat. Let's go. I'm gonna trust what my doctor said about my health and what I should be doing instead of chat. You know, the smart thing to do. There might be someone in chat that's a doctor. There also might be somebody in chat who lies about being a doctor. So I'm just gonna trust my doctor, you know, that has the results of my blood work. And knows specifically the things where, you know, I should be focusing on. But listening to your doctor is bad content? I mean, yeah, fair. I wonder if there's a streamer that's ever streamed themselves going to the doctors, just like the whole process. Probably not, because they sometimes make you like go strip into like your underwear or something like that. Depending. Some offices don't allow you to film their professionals without consent. That makes sense. I mean, it's probably a security risk to let people just record, like, you know, in a doctor's office where, you know, there might be tons of sensitive medical information. All right. Flower field time. What is your opinion on part-time jobs? What's that even supposed to mean? What am I being asked? During school. Oh, that's a question I can understand. So I worked a part-time job when I was in high school. I worked in a kitchen. I hated it. I hated it. I had to clean the dishes. And whenever the lunch rush came in, it was really tough because there were a lot of dishes. And then they would like finish like doing some food prep, and then there would be a giant like pot that I had to clean while there were like tons of dishes coming in from people eating, and I didn't like it. It was stressful. But I did like having money. That was pretty nice. Is streaming preferable to cleaning dishes? Yeah. With my part-time job, I was only working on the weekends. So it was only like 12 hours a week, because it was, I think, like 6 hours for 2 days. So it wasn't that bad. Though I guess when you think about it, that meant I sort of didn't really have any days off, and that probably contributed to stress. One 30-second ad. Interesting. Again, it's so weird. Because it's supposed to do a minute of ads. But a lot of people only... Wait, no, this is correct. This is correct this time. It actually worked as intended. This worked as intended. It's because during Jump Farm chat, I played 1.5 minutes of ads, so it got rid of the next ad in 30 seconds of the ad after that. So, okay, no, it makes sense. It did it right this time. It did it right this time if it played 30 seconds of ads. I just forgot that I did that. Always looks like he's having fun. I mean, streaming is fun. I just like talking with chat and stuff. I mean, that's what most of my streams are, to be honest. The only exception is when I'm doing like stuff specifically that I know is going on YouTube, and then I have to like sort of dial back on talking with chat and focus more on what the actual content is and what would make it entertaining in a video format. How's the run going today? It's going all right, honestly. Do I prefer Twitch or YouTube? For streaming, I prefer Twitch. For videos, I prefer YouTube. If I had to pick one, it would be YouTube, though, because largely monetary reasons. I make significantly more money on YouTube than Twitch right now. Like, the difference is, like, with Twitch on its own, I don't think I could comfortably live on my own. Whereas with YouTube on its own, I probably could. You were on YouTube and migrate viewers to Twitch. I mean, that's been my stream growth, yeah. All my growth recently on Twitch has just been from people watching my YouTube and coming over here. So like even if I like preferred doing Twitch without YouTube, there's like no engine for my Twitch stream. All right, guys, get your guesses in the chat for the free running stuff. Yeah, woo. $19.89, any 1989s in the chat if not get your guesses in for round 2. It's impossible to become big on Twitch right now without having influence on another platform. That isn't entirely true, but even the growth through Twitch a lot of the time is the result of something that has nothing to do with Twitch. And what I mean by that is I got Twitch Partner because I was a speedrun streamer who was very good at the game they speedran. So people would find out who I was and come to my stream because I was like going for world records. And that's not because like Twitch was, you know, recommending my stream. It's because people, you know, would be curious who had world record and that would lead them to the stream. Or like the whole culture surrounding like the game speedrun will lead people to the stream. 2014, any 2014s in the chat. So like that was growth on Twitch, but it wasn't really because of Twitch. And I think the same can be said for a lot of people who focus a ton on collaborative content who have grown because of that. Bugger Rug, you got it earlier. What are you doing? All right, guys, clap again. That's so funny. You guys all gotta clap. I know they already won earlier. But you have to clap. That's so fun. That's so funny. Next slide, please. Station 8. Okay. Fake the reality. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 6 months. Enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing. Really appreciate it. Chat, I've been trying to incorporate that you get ad-free viewing into my thanks for a sub message. And it feels weird still. Streamers get 80% for bits. For bits, streamers get the value of like 1 cent per bit. So the cut Twitch takes happens during the transaction to buy the bits. That being said, streamers do get more money for the amount of money you spend with bits than subs. Well, Google lied to you. I think if you buy a lot of bits at once, the cut ends up being around 80% goes to the streamer. So I don't think Google entirely lied to you, because it's probably mostly accurate. This way. Yeah, 80% of the money you spend, not 80% of the money. 80% of the bits, yeah. What made you blow up in popularity? I got noticed with hide and seek, and then I kept making a ton of really good content. Do the pipe and then go to Breakdown Road. Okay. Kano's pretty banging. Thanks. A lot of work goes into it, and it's been really nice to see, you know, people enjoy it. Pretty popular before hide and seek. I mean, in terms of Twitch, I was getting over 100 viewers, which was really good for Twitch. But it's kind of wild. It's like hard to even compare how big everything is now to what it was a year ago. Got Garden Tower. We were talking about this earlier. It's so surreal to see my current rate of growth. And like, I don't know if it's gonna like keep up at the same rate it is. But it's just so weird that originally I wanted to hit 100K by the end of the year. And then I wanted to hit 150K. And I'm almost at 150K. But there's still like 2 months left in the year. And with those extra 2 months, it's even possible, if like things go really, really well, that I could be at 200K by the end of the year. Which is a weird thing to think about. Like, if I do well enough, I could get 200,000 subs by the end of the year. YouTube has an odd exponential growth algorithm, it seems. Well, I think it's not that necessarily YouTube has an exponential growth algorithm. I think it's just more so that growth on a lot of platforms is just exponential. Like, I think that's even true on Twitch. Like, getting that first 50 followers is really, really hard. And then the next 50 is significantly easier. Yeah, the hide and seek videos are great. I really wanna do more of them. And when I say more, I mean, I want to do a sardines video. So if I'm able to do one from Thursday, I probably will. No idea when it'll come out, though. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, Protonic. Hope you're doing well, too. Whose sardines video was great? Yeah, I saw he made one. You have the idea behind sardines? Yeah, it's really silly, especially with like the added proximity chat in like player collision. I feel like without those two things, it would have been boring. Any idea when the stream will start? Nope. Actually, yes. Sorry, I should have thought about that question. 1 Pacific. But since it's hide and seek, and new people are playing, it could take longer than that. Because people aren't going to start until, you know, things are working. Can't wait for the game show video. I can't either. I really can't. I don't want to bother my editor too much about it though, because I'm like aware it's going to be it's going to take some time. And I just got to be patient. Ah, but I'm just so excited. I know it's a really ambitious ask for a video, but it would be so cool if that video hit 1 million views. It would be so cool. So hard for your first 40 followers, then it doubled in half the time basically for you? Yeah, like, it's just, it progressively becomes easier, I feel, to get the next follower. That it'll hit 1 million easy. 1 million is a lot. It's a very big ask, even for a big video. Possible, seeing as how well some of my recent videos have done, but you never really know. All I hope is chat. I mentioned earlier, I really want to get a sponsor integration on the video, and I just hope my agency is able to negotiate a better offer for the video than like an average offer. Because the video definitely does have a chance to do really well. So I hope they can get me a good deal for a sponsor read. But we will have to see. Alright guys, watch for the cutscene. Been a sponsor on YouTube before? No. Twitch? Yes. YouTube? No. Well, the idea really isn't creative. There was just a lot of work behind it. Where is it? There we go. I was gonna have to come up with things new. I guess so. I mean, just coming up with ideas isn't enough. You gotta, like, actually execute on them. Do I watch other streamers slash YouTubers? Yes. I do. I always tell chat that I watch a lot of Minecraft. You know, I'm a big Hermitcraft guy. I like watching, you know, Korean and Scar. Those are the main two I've been watching recently. I watch a lot of Mumbo Jumbo too, but he's been taking a break. So I haven't really been able to watch him. Yeah, I like Minecraft. Recently, there's been... I've mentioned this person on stream before, but I've been binging a lot of this guy's videos called Any Austin. They're not a Minecraft person. But they make this really just chill YouTube series where they look at odd and unremarkable places in video games, and I really like it. It's just great content to watch late at night. It can't be beat. It can't. Yeah, that's been me recently. He used to do Mythbusters type of shows for video game Easter eggs. Yeah, I was looking at a channel, I was like, man, this guy's literally been making videos for like 10 years, and that's like, what the heck? That's crazy. Not many people can say that and then have like a channel that actually has content on it from that long ago. Because a lot of YouTubers who are like, oh yeah, I've been making videos for a super long time, it'll be like their third YouTube channel. So like you'll only have videos from like 2 years ago. Do I watch any J-Schlatt? Not really. I've watched some of his stuff, but not a lot. Do I play Smash? Nope. Corridor Digital? I haven't heard that name in a while. I haven't heard that name in a while. Corridor Digital. Have I watched Unnecessary Inventions? No. Do I watch Fir? I have to, unfortunately. Because I need to make sure the videos are fine for when they are uploaded. And let me just say, it's really weird to watch your own content. Yeah, watch this. Gosh dang it. I still wanted to get 100. I will stand by this statement. That would have been a 96 regardless. And that the little thing I did at the end didn't matter. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. This is gonna be 100. See? See? The thing I did at the end didn't matter. So what I did at the end of the round last time was justified. For why? What? What did I do? I was proving that the little zigzag I do at the end doesn't affect the prediction. That was the prediction, I know. But the zigzag I did at the end had no effect. It was a normal trace walking. That is the point I am making. There was nothing was rigged about it. The zigzag at the end doesn't do anything. It has no significant impact on the score. The reason trace walking 1 was so bad is because my second half of the circle was off. Not the zigzag. You don't lose 4 points to a zigzag. You lost 150 fur bucks to that? Well, first off, they're called hacks. And second off, you can get that back if you just click on the stream tomorrow and then leave after 5 minutes. You're from Doug stream, you shot rigged at everything. That is true. I have watched Doug stream before. I know his chat just yells the word rigged in divorce. And that's like the Doug chat experience. Divorce, yeah. I warp here, right? Yeah. Oh, frick, I don't have the warp. Yeah, I think he felt a little bad about that too. because people like I have watched a lot of his content, so like I understand, but I think his chat did it to like other people too, and he wasn't happy about it. Which I totally get that. Like I wouldn't want people from my chat like going to randomly spam in somebody else's chat. Easy jump. We're getting all the moons? Yup, all of them. Alright, here we go. No, I didn't get much speed. I mean, we got some speed. I mean, all things considered, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Can somebody do rock, paper, scissors %? That has got to be one of like my... Out of all of the viewer idea videos I've done, I still think that one's probably the funniest. Solely because of how poorly it went. All right, guys, it is time for Sand Kingdom Koopa Free Running, so get your guesses in the chat. $28.74, any 28.74s in the chat. If not, get your guesses in for round 2. Get them in, people, get them in. Man, there's still so many guesses. It's kind of ridiculous. It's so weird. Because like a while back we would do free running and there would be like 15, 20 people that guessed. And I feel like right now there's like over double that. Like easily. $28.47, any 28.47s in the chat. Yeah, like look at how many there are. Oh my god. Yeah, like 100-ish per race is ridiculous. That's so absurd. And nobody's winning. What are you guys doing? There's only been one person who's won today, and they've won twice. What are the rest of you doing? You gotta pick up the slack. Come on now. What is going on today? You were typing random numbers? That's fair. Most people just type a number close to what everyone else is typing, which is really funny because if somebody tried, they could just type a random number in, but make sure they type it in first. And then there's a non-zero chance that most of chat just guesses a number along the lines of that one. It happens. You'll have like basically all the guesses be like 10 seconds off what the normal times are. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, the first guesser doesn't guess a good one. Everyone's off a lot of the time. Pog Youth Ubby. Congrats. Uh-oh. Anybody should still do Wordle? I'm sure people still do it. I just don't know any friends who do it. Shoutouts to the guy that sold Wordle for 10 million though. I'm proud of them. Like, who made Wordle also did r/plays. Yeah, it seems to be the type of guy that's really good at viral marketing. Which is a pretty valuable skill. If you just have a sense for viral ideas. Yeah, I'm doing the route right. Sense for unique stupidity gets you far? It does. Yeah, that's one I learned recently. Blue M, little m. The guy who made Duolingo made CAPTCHA. Excuse me. I love allergies. Allergies, oh heck yeah. Missed the ground pound spot. I just get seasonal allergies, so it's not really that big of a deal. And it hasn't been nearly as bad, I feel, recently as it was when I was growing up. Maybe I've just been outside less. And that's it. But I don't know. Ow. How often do I touch grass? Every day I walk my dog. Though that might change soon, chat. I'm gonna be in an apartment complex? Oh no. And it's my parents' dog? So she's not coming with me? I warped to the wrong spot. Dogs are cool. Dogs are cool. I have no plans of getting like a pet that would be mine anytime soon though. Like maybe at some point. But not anytime soon. Like I have no sense of like where I am gonna be with my life long term right now. All I really know is I don't want to stay in Cincinnati for forever. And that's about it. So. Yeah. Should move to Canada. No, thank you. Not saying it'll never happen. I just have absolutely no reason to go there right now. Plus, I would have to pay American taxes and Canadian taxes, and that would suck. Who wants that? Now you pay the higher of the two, you're a dual citizen. Don't you have to pay some American tax for dual citizenship if you're an American living in Canada? You just report it. Reporting it's tedious. That's tedious. I don't have to report. Well, I would never tax evade. Whoops, I forgot to do a sub area. Either way, too much work for something I do not really have a reason to do. Also, guys in chat, stop suggesting speedrun ideas. I'm not doing a video of speedrun ideas anytime soon. Yeah, I do not, unless I have like a big reason to move out of the country, I do not see it happening. Think I'll do Asmo with the dance pad? No. What's your PB for this category? What Allison said. Would I move states? Yeah. Alright, let's not talk about politics. Why do I don't live in Canada? Stop being weird, thanks. Wherever I end up moving, it probably won't be directly related to whether or not I have to deal with like state income taxes or whatever. But I will have to see. Because the way I look at it is, I will move somewhere else when I have a reason to move somewhere else. And I don't know what that reason will be yet. I'm just going through my life, you know? Or one of the rules of the internet was don't feed the trolls. I mean, that's still true. You're better off not responding to, you know, troll comments. What counts as a troll to you, though? I mean, that could vary between person to person. I just think there's times where people say stuff and they're saying it because they're looking for attention, and it's better to not respond. A lot about me learning to, you know, have a nice stream environment has been figuring out what comments in chat I should and shouldn't respond to. And that doesn't mean like every comment I don't respond to is a troll comment. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is more so that, like, if I want the discussion to go a certain way or not go a certain way, I should reflect that in the comments I respond to. Like, as an example, usually when somebody breaks the rules, I try not to mention it. That's just a really obvious example. But other times it'll be like somebody asks a question and I do not want to go down that line of discussion for like the 5th time this stream because 20 people have already asked the question. So I ignore it. It depends. Sometimes I'm okay with answering the question for the 20th time. Welcome to the stream, Fox Marshmallow. How do I feel today? I'm doing all right. You are enough. Doing all right. You kind of stream? Welcome to the stream. Ethan E streaming. Name every moon. How about you name a moon and I tell you where it is? Because I might be able to do that. Inside an iron girder. That's the one I just grabbed. Fruit Feast Under Siege. Cross it, guys. You can't, don't just name the moon I just got. On top of the rubble is in Cascade on top of a broken ship. Oh, gosh dang it, I did that wrong. So the problem with specifically Fruit Feast Under Siege is it's one of 4 moons, and I don't know which of the 4 it is. It is probably, if I were to guess, the second Yoshi fruit moon you get. Oh yeah, no, it's only one of 2 moons. Yeah, so it's the second Yoshi fruit moon you get in Darkside, in the sub area that is the same as the sub area that is Moon Shards Under Siege. It's the Yoshi version of that sub area, and it is the second moon. I'm pretty sure. I think. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident. Found with Metro Kingdom Hint Heart. It's a ground pound spot in the top of Lake Kingdom. Like it's around the like above the shop area ish. Where do we warp from here? We warp here. Found with Dark Side Hint Heart 1. That one's just not fair. You can't just ask found with Dark Side Hint Heart 1. Yeah, of course I don't know what found with Dark Side Hint Heart 1 is. It is one of the 10 Dark Side Hint Hearts, and the only identifier is that there's a number. That being said, is it the one in Lake Kingdom? Is it the one in Lake Kingdom? I need to know. Dark Side Hint Heart 1. You have no idea, then why did you ask? Chat, I'm done answering what moons are. Okay, one last one. Twist and Turnip Treasure is the key moon at the start of Lost Kingdom. Cassie Adam, Adam Brutal. Gosh dang it. I think the lake one is like Hint Heart 4 for dark. You could tell me the moon is anywhere and I would trust you over the internet. There's some pretty good guides for this game. I don't know if that's a good decision. All right. Surprise clown. We're trying to 100% this on release before guides was a nightmare. I bet. I bet. That'll be one of the fun things when this game comes out, chat. Or when a new 3D Mario comes out. Because you know I'll be trying to 100% it as soon as possible for like a video or something. It's gonna be so painful. The Mario streamer outfit. Ah, yes, the clown. Of course. Let's go to get the Peach amiibo. I hate that unironically having an amiibo would help with a challenge like that. It's been 5 years since you bought the game and you still haven't finished it. That's fair. That's the same for a lot of people. What are these people watching before you came in? They're waiting like for the previews. Yeah, but they could walk in any time like midnight or 2 weeks. Well, it's a video game. I think it's fine. Your friend's channels do you remember discovering first? Well, a lot of the people I'm friends with, I discovered their channels because I'm friends with them and not the other way around. If that makes sense. Alright, commemorative garden. And how do you become friends? Well, people just meet people. You know, for like mutual friends or mutual interests. A lot of the people I know of in Mario Odyssey's, like the greater Mario Odyssey community, I met because I am a Mario Odyssey speedrunner. Like I knew who Small Ant was because he was a Mario Odyssey speedrunner. And I knew who like CJ was because he was a Mario Odyssey speedrunner. Like generally speaking, I'm aware of a lot of these people because they are a speedrunner, and not necessarily because of like their YouTube content or anything like that. Hello, Meowzalina. Hope you're doing all right. We already got the moon right there, so we can just go down with the bike. Ba-ba-da-dum, ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba-bum. Having some random person that wasn't Mario picked up a power moon? I don't know, that'd be a problem, because then how would I get the moons?
Yes. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh.
Cloud. Kind of funny. I forgot to change my language off English as I started this run. So it's just the entire time I have been losing time because it is in English. There have been plenty of people asking. Yeah. How much time does English lose? I don't know. It definitely loses time though, that's for sure. Yo, thank you for the 45 bits, Clement, appreciate it. Any percent has a lot more text than All Moons, so All Moons probably doesn't lose as much extra time as you would think. But it definitely loses time. Guys, I hate to break it to you, but whether or not I take damage in Lake 2 has nothing to do with your bet. For this drop, thank you for the Prime for 2 months. I appreciate it. Heck yeah. Thank you. I already beat Darker Side? No, Darker Side's in the like last hour-ish of the run. Whoops. Man, good thing this isn't Lake Kingdom, huh, chat? My gosh! Cappy, you killed me! I didn't want you to home on the coins. You were supposed to go in front of me so I could cap bounce on you. Whatever, I don't need those purples. Heck it. Heck it. I don't need them. Do I have any advice for mental health? Get your guesses in for Metro Kingdom Koopa free running, by the way. Get them in. Yeah, so I'm definitely not like a doctor or a therapist, but I think it's important to make time for things that you enjoy doing. Which is super basic advice, but, you know, I think it's good to, I guess, remind every once in a while. People should do things that they enjoy. $17.12, any $17.12 is in the chat if not getting your guesses in for round 2. That was a pretty good time. $17.12, love that. It's kind of interesting, like, because that first round was so good, everyone's guessing so low. And it worked out, 17.25, dang. I was about to make a comment on, like, I'm probably not going to get a time that low again, but here we are. Here we are. Yo, Meowzalina got it? Let's go. Chat, you all have to clap now? Do it. It's required. Clap for them. Congratulate them. You know, the typical stuff. There we go. Love to see it. Still not Lake though. I mean, you're not wrong. It is not Lake still. Oh yeah, I just leave. So what have you guys been up to today? How have you been spending your Mondays? I've been spending my Monday playing all Moons for the last 6 hours. School, true. We did your room. Ooh, that's always fun. It's like a fourth of my Monday. Well, if you consider sleeping for 8 hours, it's like half my Monday. Wait, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Also, happy birthday, A-Rod. Hog. You going on a field trip tomorrow? That's pretty awesome. Dude, it sucked. My high school, we never went on field trips. Teched up. I wish we got to go on field trips. We went on a 2-week holiday to Italy. Oh my gosh. Well, hopefully it was fun. Other games besides hide and seek, do you want to see an Odyssey online? Prop Hunt's the big one. Prop Hunt is the big one, which is basically just hide and seek, but with extra steps, but I want to see Prop Hunt. It's just to my understanding, from like the brief discussions I've had with modders, is that it's complicated. $23.56. Any 23.56s in the chat. All right. $23.35. Any 23.35s in the chat? No, I didn't want to recapture you. Stop, 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 stop. Doing all right, Dal? Hope you're doing all right. Usually started your first full day. Ooh, first full-time job today. That's exciting. bank account's gonna go to the grave with all these new games coming out. Yeah, there's some good stuff coming out. Some good stuff coming out. The only ones I know I'm gonna get so far are Silk Song, whenever that comes out, new Pokemon, and Breath of the Wild 2. Breath of the Wild 2 is still like several months away. Which is weird, because it feels like it shouldn't be that long away. Did you play Breath of the Wild? Yeah, I want to do more Breath of the Wild content. I have some silly Breath of the Wild videos I want to make. You're gonna dress up your wheelchair as a boat? That's fun. I feel like doing like costume themes with friends would be a good time. I don't think I ever did anything like that growing up. I'll be honest, I don't remember like any of the costumes I did growing up like at all. Yo, King Komodo, thank you for the Prime for 4 months. I appreciate it. For the emotes for the month, and thank you so much for the resub. You know what? Easy. Still not Lake? Yes, still not Lake. You're gonna dress up as the Powerpuff Girls one year, and then those two friends started hating each other. Yeah, that wouldn't really work out, would it? Oh wait, no, one year, actually, me and like a few friends were supposed to do really like low effort Ed, Edd and Eddy costumes. Like I just had like a yellow shirt with like a red piece of duct tape on it or something like that. But one of my friends backed out and they just dressed up as Tintin instead. The coward. I feel like casually people spend anywhere between like 30 and 50 hours to get all the moons. Dude, Waldo, could you play hide and seek? That would be cute if we were doing a hide and seek stream that day. I just died. I wasn't supposed to wall slide there, but for some reason, Mario decided to wall slide. Unfollow. I hate to break it to you, but unfollowing isn't gonna get your channel points back, bub. That's all I'm saying. Like, when you guys gamble, you're taking a risk. You do realize that, right? You do realize. And to add to this, for you to gain channel points from a prediction, somebody else has to lose them. During a prediction, channel points are not created or destroyed. Every single channel point you gain is somebody else losing those channel points. Just so you guys know. Didn't even know you had these left. Well, I appreciate them. Thank you, Early, for the 100 bits. Saw the game show, love the content. Thank you. I'm excited for the video when that comes out. What was I gonna say? There's something I wanted to say based on something somebody said in chat. Was it about the... I think it was about the game show video. It was probably just me wanting to say, like, yeah, I'm excited for the video to come out. It'll probably take a little bit, though, but I'm very, very excited. Why am I drawing a blank on where to go next? Oh yeah, it's Goombas. It's the Goombas. It's honestly crazy how many people have come in and be like, hey, I loved that stream. Because it was probably one of the, well, it is like the most work I put into a stream / video. And not just like on my end too, like there were so many people who helped work on that. And by so many, I mean like 2. Well, 3 if you count my editor, and I guess 4 if you count Crafty Boss. Or, you know, just making online in general. Which one? Game show. All right, guys, it is time for Lake Kingdom Koopa free running. So get your guesses in the chat. Get them in. 2043, any 2043s in the chat? But yeah, if not, get him in for round 2, guys. You got this. I believe in you. I believe in you. $19.37, any 1937s in the chat? Dang, you were so close. It happens, Dow. It happens. Sometimes you're just 19 seconds off. Pretty close, though. It was somebody's round 1 guess? Oh no, that keeps happening today. Keeps being like, oh yeah, nobody got it, but somebody did guess it round 1. Very unlucky. I just bounced on her head. That wasn't intentional. By shaking both Joy-Cons or just one? You only need to shake one. For a lot of things in this game, you only need to use one Joy-Con. Like, all the gyro aiming is just the right Joy-Con. The left doesn't do anything. Oh, you mean do I shake both or just one? I'm pretty sure just one. You just realized that streamers chat to chat. It's true. I can read your message. And now I'm putting you on the spot. How does it feel? All eyes are on you. I'm sorry. I won't make this too awkward. That's my favorite part about streaming, though. I just get to, like, talk to people. Streaming would be boring if I didn't get to do that. Be honest, chat, I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. It's that point in the stream. I'm 6.5 hours into the run, and I haven't eaten in like 8 hours. So I'm kind of hungry. When did I start dyeing my hair? It was a while ago. Did I take my break yet? No, but I don't want to take a break to go eat. I'll just eat when I'm done. Like, I'm not gonna die. Why did I pick Fir? Because I liked it. Ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba-bum. What am I gonna eat when I'm done? Probably one chip. Oh, I need to get Dark Side Hint Art 9. Frick, I don't want to have to jump back down, but forgetting this moon would suck. One chip or one crisp? You can't expect me as an American to know the difference. Ever heard of Ligma? What's Ligma? Do I really not know? Do I? Chat, do you really think a Twitch streamer in the year 2022 does not know the Ligma joke? Because all I'm saying, if you responded, that means I baited you. That's all I'm saying. So here's the real winner here. The person who knew exactly what was coming, or you. The one who figured I did it. You don't think that's how the rules work, though? It's a joke. There are no rules. It's like when people say, uh-oh, Fir, you just lost the game. And I'm like, no, I didn't. And they're like, but that's not the rules. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what your rules are. Why should I? Why did I say it? Just supersede the game. You don't have to lose if you don't want to. It's all pointless anyways. Be the kid who, you know, when you're playing on the playground and you're like, and then they're like, I just shot you, and then you respond saying, I'm invincible and immune to bullets. And then you respond saying you're dead because everyone I look at dies if I want them to, because I'm just that powerful. Be that kid who just adds more rules so that so that they can't lose. What is Moon 2? What moon did I miss? Oh, okay. You were that kid? Valid. Don't call me out like that for... I'm just saying, you guys don't... Just because you're older now doesn't mean you need to stop. Like, just... Like, have you guys seen the wild freaking, like... know you Discord images kids have these days? Just be like that. And be like, well, I actually have immunity to losing the game because... I'm just that cool, and then you put on sunglasses. And then when they try and clap back saying, no, you can't do that, and be like... And then you just be like, no, I can't do that. And then they, what are they gonna do? You know? What are they gonna do? And are they gonna respond to that? You just, like, mocked their entire lineage in one fell swoop. But yeah, I've definitely seen, because a lot of young people will join my Discord server. I have definitely seen some like wild images that people will make that are like just know you Uno cards, but they have like 50 rules on them because people and kids are just wild. And it's just the modern version of the kid on the playground who's like, oh, well, I was wearing bulletproof armor. And, you know, it just keeps going. Is this an ingredient too? And then we mechanic outfit. When the enormous wall of moons build up over the all moon speedrun, well, it eventually stops building up and you just have a ... at the end. I'm doing this right? Wait. I almost forgot a moon. I didn't split for Lake 2. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Whoops. A bit late now. Excuse me. All right, see you later, Orly. Thanks for stopping by. Careful, don't choke. I won't. It's just hiccups. It's just hiccups. I'll be fine. Whoops. That was the wrong type of jump. You know, I don't even think that jump is faster in all moons. Maybe it is slightly. It's honestly wild with how much I've played this game. Like, I would always say, like, at least recently, I've started to say 6K hours. Because I'm pretty sure it's accurate. But if you just look at a website that tracks Twitch stats, it is almost at, like, 6,000 on one of those websites. So I've almost streamed, like, 6,000 hours of this game. Which is ridiculous, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Because I've streamed this game consistently for the past, like, 5 years. It's just wild, because it's so much time to have spent. But I streamed before Odyssey. I mean, Odyssey was, like, the first game I really started... like streaming, but before that I did some like Hyper Light Drifter and some like other indie stuff. What's your most stream? Odyssey. One tracking website says, yeah, 57 and 16. Yup. It is up there. You got a dog breathing? That was a Subaru ad. What? That's a little weird. But I'd believe it. Booting up the game just makes him want to not play it at all. I mean, I'm sort of like reaching a point where sometimes it definitely feels a bit repetitive to play this game. Like, there's a reason I don't do Odyssey speedrun streams as much anymore. Like, they don't come as easily. Like, I'm a lot more motivated and engaged when I'm doing new challenge content that I haven't done before. Like, that is when I am most engaged with, like, what I am playing on stream. Do I do 100% anymore? No, 100% is just, like, worse all moons from a runner perspective. Yeah, it's also a big reason why I've only been doing all moons, like, once a week or less these days. Because it's a big time commitment and it's exhausting. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Remember naming you guys Jeff? Did I collectively name chat Jeff? I don't think I did. I named a potato Jeff. Camdar, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 11 months. I appreciate it. It's been a long time. It really has. It's crazy. During the tank stream where I cannot say chat. Yeah. That was the second half of the tank stream though, where when we added it so that saying hat also deleted Cappy, and it basically became impossible. Good stuff. Going to sleep now? All right. Have a good sleep. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we are reaching that point in the stream where, like, I feel like people slowly start to taper off because it's like, oh, I gotta go to bed. I got work tomorrow. Which is fair. Fair and valid. Oh yeah, get your guesses in. Sorry, I was a bit late to say that. Quick, 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 quick. You don't have much time. It's almost over. Oh no, oh no. You're almost out of time. 15, 12, you're out of time. Get your guesses in for round 2, chat. Get them in. Round 2 guess time. Sure, more of you will guess this time because you actually have a chance to. You don't have to, you know, rush to try and get that last minute guess in. $15.53, any 15.53s in the chat. No winner, feels bad. I think there's one more race coming up in a little bit, chat. So you're not quite out of luck yet. Yeah, SML has really cool movement. Like, it's a great game. I just had one of those moments where you're suddenly like really aware of like what you're doing and it feels weird. You know, like that shift from like, oh, I'm just sort of going through the motions and like things are happening to like, I am ultra aware of what I'm doing right now. Do people know what I'm talking about? Or do I sound crazy? It's a hard to explain sensation. Yeah, like super conscious of like what buttons I'm pressing, like the fact that I'm playing a video game, you know, all that sort of stuff. Any gimmicks you'd like to see in a Mario game? I don't know. Like, if you look at the gimmicks Nintendo has done for their Mario games, they could literally do anything. Like, Mario 64 is a normal Mario game. You know, just 3D platforming, whatever. Sunshine, which is the next in the series, you have, you know, a water pack so you can clean up pollution. And then the next game, you go to space. Space is the gimmick. And then in Odyssey, because I'm not going to count 3D World because it's like not sort of the same style game, you have a hat that possesses people. I feel like you can't really draw a pattern out of those things. Like, the only real, I feel, constant among Mario games is abilities. So in Odyssey, abilities are done through captures. In the Galaxy games, they're done through power-ups. And in, freaking Sunshine, they're done through the different nozzles. Will this be a YouTube vid? No. Most of my streams aren't YouTube videos. Bowser's Fury. I feel weird counting Bowser's Fury because Bowser's Fury is by no means a full game, but it does have a gimmick. And the gimmick is a giant Bowser tries to kill you every period of time. Have you tried SM64DS? I have. Take damage in darker, please? No, you. Yeah, I won't randomly world record. And even if I did randomly world record, it would go up on the VODs channel. I am not posting any VODs on my main channel ever again. My main channel is edited content only. Why not? Because it's low effort content. At least on a platform like YouTube it is. Like with a stream, you know, you have that appeal of being live. Like there's value to it being unedited. But on YouTube that really isn't the case. Like VODs channels exist for a reason. And I think they're good. I think like I need to do more with my VODs channel. because I feel like I'm missing out on a ton of like potential views. Aren't I really behind? Yeah, I haven't uploaded to my vods channel since the Goomba spawning video. And even then, that like upload was sort of like randomish, because there's a lot of content before that and after that that would work on the vods channel. But yeah, it's like just the sort of thing where, like, if my vods channel just got like 50,000 views in a month or something like that, that is a significant amount of like extra money every month, which is like good for me financially. You should definitely do game show. The game show VOD will not go up until after the video. My content creator full time, yes. So how much money I make matters for supporting myself and making new content. Because I've been pretty big recently on spending money to make more content, which I think is good. Because I think a lot of the time, if you spend money the right way as a content creator to make something truly unique, it is so worthwhile. Because there are a lot of things like that can make such cool videos, but they aren't things I can do on my own. Like, I can't make Mario Odyssey mods. But there's so much cool things you can do with Mario Odyssey modding. It's like the same with editing. Like, I kind of enjoy editing. But at the same time, I'm able to put out like so much more stuff. And like a lot of it's probably better than if I were to have edited the video on my own. Because if I edited a highlight video on my own, it would probably have less like special effects than what Mike has done for me in a lot of the videos. Oh, that was clean. That was so clean. What the heck? All right, chat. It's about time for Moon Dump. I'll make sure an ad doesn't play. I don't want you guys to miss out on Moon Dump. I'll delay the next ad, because it is coming up. I wonder if I'm going to be missing any moons. I feel like I will. I always am. But you never know. You never know. Two moons. I'm missing two. We will figure that out near to the end of the run. Because there's always a chance one of the kingdoms I'm missing moons in is a kingdom that we're revisiting. And we'll find that out when... Wait, whoops. I got confused because I was looking at my splits. Because I had already split for Darker Side. Because I'm used to splitting when I do Moon Dump. But these splits don't have that. Gosh dang it. Give me a second. I gotta go the darker. Chat, we're on nearly like the final stretch of the run. There's like a bit over an hour left. How are you feeling about that? Sad? Why are you sad? Tired? That's fair. You want more stream? Fair. I, however, am excited because that means I get to end stream. Which I think is understandable when you have the perspective of me streaming for the last 7 hours. It's one of those things, right? You've been in total for 4.5 hours. That's impressive. It always blows my mind how long some people stick around on the all moon streams. But I do get it, because a lot of people just like watching streams in the background. Dude, I am really giving the believers anxiety right now, aren't I? You've been here the whole time? That's impressive. You've been here for 5 minutes. Hey, well, I appreciate it. I just appreciate the fact that people are here. You can't sleep, you play the All Moons mods? Valid. You just joined, well, welcome to the stream. All right. Seven hours? Yup. I don't have a watch time command, guys. I'm sorry. Don't you just love how you skip like the entirety of the level? Isn't that great? I should add one. Nah, I'm not really a fan of commands that are like exist just so people can like spam. Hey, I actually got Glidon up here. That usually doesn't happen. Usually he doesn't make it. When was the last time I went in that pipe? Probably years ago. Easy coins. Didn't know coins were up there? Well, now you do. The way you're supposed to get it is by hopping off from the next platform down there. Chat, at the end of these predictions, you gotta stop coping. If I've already essentially beaten the level, then you just need to accept that you're not gonna get what you want. Can you repeat how to get up there? You got an ad? Yeah, so basically, you're supposed to hop down from the platform that you take the wire up to, like right before the thank you sign. You can hop down from that to get the coins. Though you have to be careful because the kill plane below that platform is a bit weird. I think they were just saying I was here because they won the prediction. I think that's all. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's it. The parking lot's probably there and you just don't see it. It's just every collectible moon, because the ones you get to reach 999 are you just buying the same moon over and over again. There's not a limit to how many of them you could buy. Dude, that Spiny was sliding down. Oh my gosh. Do I know which two I missed? Not yet. I'll figure it out though. Well, I've done this like specific section of the game with the invisible costume a few times, so I'm pretty used to it. It definitely helps too that like Mario's shadow is still there. Like this would be exponentially harder if Mario's shadow wasn't constantly below him. Oh, I know one of the moons I missed. I warped to the wrong spot. It's fine. Would it be faster to get the missing moon now? Yeah. It's just gonna be really annoying because invisibility cap. Just have to take it slower. Why do I still have the cap on? Because it's slow to take it off until you buy your next outfit. So I'll take it off when I buy my next outfit. Which is about to happen. Oh no, I'm down like 3 purples. But there's 3 like right down there. Who's Peach talking to? Probably a ghost. Hopefully the other moon I'm missing is also in this kingdom. That'd be really convenient. Or in like Lost Kingdom or something, because Lost Kingdom we revisit. It is in this kingdom, Moon 39. Ah, I didn't get Sphinx. Okay. So we'll have to get that before we leave. It's really easy. That works out. All right, see you later, Pike. Thanks for stopping by. All right, where do you start? Right there. These moons are so dumb. It's like, oh yeah, you looked at the Sphinx. We're so proud of you. Oh my gosh, take a prize. I'm so proud of you. We're near the end. It should probably go a bit past midnight, but that's it. Like, The estimate would be around another hour. Give or take. Like, I don't know the exact time I'm gonna end with, but about an hour. When you realize there's random spooks taking a tour, and it kind of makes you look around in every binocular. Yeah. Like, I think the moons are cute. They're just kind of dumb. It's 5 in the morning where you are. Have you slept yet? That's late. Like, I get it if you haven't, because I go to bed at 3 a.m. That's my bedtime. When do I wake up? 11. Hi, Peach. You like my rock? My moon count, 741. So pretty high. You know, fair enough, Tarda, fair enough. Whew. I don't know why that's supposed to ruin your appetite. Like, I don't think I would eat butter with cottage cheese, but they're both dairy products. You know? Like, not that it would taste good. I don't think it would. But I feel like there's more cursed food combinations out there than that. You hate cottage cheese? Fair. Worst food combo? I don't know if I want people necessarily typing the worst food combos in chat. Like, heck, Chad, I'm kind of hungry, and I'm gonna eat after stream. I don't know if I want to deal with this. This is a really weird realization, chat, but I just realized that when I left TwitchCon, I did not take out the leftover food I had in the refrigerator in the hotel room and throw it away. I'm just realizing this now. What a monster. Yeah, I'm a horrible person. How could I do that? How could I? How dare me? Call and see if they still have it? No. I'm not. The food has abandonment issues? I would have thrown it away. Here, wait, I'm gonna do this like this. Because the other way you do it confuses me. Am I sure Fant didn't throw it away for me? I don't think they would have done that. I mean, I was there when we were, like, getting ready to go, so... I think it just got left in there, and one of the, like, cleaning staff probably had to throw it away. I hate that jump. I think we're fine. How many moons left? Like 100 something, but 60 of them are just from talking to somebody over and over again. Yeah, basically, we're pretty close. That sucks. I have to wait for him to respawn. Didn't know I was world record holder at one point. Yup, I had all Moons world record and 100%. Now whenever I do all Moons, it is just for fun to talk with chat. Sort of like a throwback in a way. Chat likes talking with you. Pog. I like talking with chat. You didn't know you could duck under the grabby guys? Yeah, that's really useful information once you realize you can do it. Because it makes aiming them a lot easier. We're here, right? Yeah. Correct. Cool. How do you feel about Chris Pratt? You know, I'm kind of surprised I've been asked that question in the exact way twice today. It's just interesting. I thought I'd point it out. Moon has a hitbox behind the wall. It's more so that the lava bubble's hitbox extends a bit through the wall when you do what I did. What's wrong with Chris? I have no strong opinions on him. I just think it's funny that I've been asked how do I feel about Chris Pratt twice today. Favorite Mario outfit? I like the Explorer backpack, it's neat. AC Don, hope you're doing all right. I think casting mainline actors as VA is fine so long as they're good VAs. So I'll just watch and see if you care. Fair enough. No way you looked at a car? I looked at a car. It's true. Wait, no, I didn't. Gosh, I meant to talk to the Koopa. Guys, get your guesses in the chat for Lost Kingdom Koopa free running. Get them in. Get them in. Get them in. $22.87. Any 22.87s in the chat? Okay, get him in for round 2, guys. Get him in. Yeah, I think people give Chris Pratt less, like, he's okay at voice acting, like he's fine. Now his casting for Mario, again, questionable, I won't deny that. But it's not like he's a horrible voice actor. 23.27, any 23.27s in the chat? Okay. Can people just chill about it? Because I feel like this goes into things that have more to do with drama than, you know, anything about him as an actor himself, based on how people are talking in chat. And I don't care to get into any of that, nor do I know anything about it. And I don't really care to know anything about it because I don't really care about celebrities. I could not care one bit. So can people just move on? Stop talking about it. All right. Well, now what? I'm too tired to think of anything to talk about that isn't just like forced and will last like 2 sentences. It's been 7.5 hours. What's my favorite food? Pizza. See, it's the conversation's already done. Pineapple on pizza is fine. See, the question's already done. It's the discussion. It's over. Somebody might be like, "Well, I don't like it," and you know that's fine. You don't have to. I don't care. Be more controversial? I don't want to be controversial. I don't stream to be controversial. I stream to play video game. Like, the day a mogul mail was made about me is the day I have failed as a creator. I think that was a pretty good joke. Unless I'm like one of the few people who gets on there that didn't do something bad. But I feel like recently Ludwig's been going the route of talking more about the people who've done like bad things, which I get, like it gets views, I understand. I definitely understand the appeal of being able to just talk for 15 minutes about something that happened recently and get like a million views for it. You liking drama videos? I don't usually like drama videos, but there's something different when it comes to hearing people talk about chess drama. That's just has nothing to do with me at all. So it's funny to listen to. I'm gonna make that longer. Yo, Rylan, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hopefully you had a good stream. Oh. You're the only raider. Hey, well, that's fine. Raid's a raid. I'm sure I haven't taken damage yet. With the Hammer Bros still being alive. Did you watch the Ludwig Smash tournament? I watched a little bit of it. I didn't watch the end. Which is like, you know, you would assume the most important part, but I just sort of missed it. I don't usually watch Smash though, so I wasn't like super invested. It was sort of just like, oh, this is fun. Have you watched Alpharad stuff? Yeah, I watched some of Alpharad's videos. I pull a stream up sometimes too. Infrared and so in sequence what we watch. I mean, it's just another popular creator. People kept saying that on the like couch or cast or whatever for the Smash tournament. What does checking the disc even necessarily mean? Like, I understand the idea of like, oh, there might be something wrong, so you want to get it checked. But is there like recorded instances of like a scratched disc in Smash actually affecting like the way the game plays in a significant way during a match? That was weird. Say, Smallin, hope you're doing all right. We are getting everyone. We're almost there. I'm really tired. It's probably superstition. I'd believe it. There was a speedrun strat in a Bikini Bottom game. Wait, really? For like having a scratched disc? Is this real? You wanted it super greasy to make the glitches easier without impacting load time? I find this hard to believe, but at the same time, I just don't know. I feel like I've heard of this though. I feel like I remember hearing of this. And I guess it isn't too outlandish because I also feel like I remember there being an N64 game where like tilting your cartridge helps speedruns for some reason. And chat, you know what sucks? So I've been streaming for the last like 7 hours and 40 minutes. And I'm very close to finishing. But I'm also starting to feel like a slight headache coming on. I am hoping I am fine till the end of the run. How long does the run usually take? It should be like another 30 minutes at most. Drink some water? I have been. I mean, I just took a sip. Drink more water. I'm almost out. Yo, thank you for the 200 bits. Garcon Blanc. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll try and finish, but if for some reason I need to end, I will. I'll only end if it gets bad, which there's a chance. It's kind of ironic. I mentioned earlier in this stream that like, oh yeah, my allergies haven't been as bad recently. And usually like with like allergies, like seasonal allergies, I'll get like these seasonal headaches that, you know, kind of suck. Sometimes it'll be like, I feel like it'll just be once around when the seasons are changing, and that's like it. And that's what it feels like is coming on right now. So yeah, great timing. And the reason I know it's like that sort of like headache is because when I get them, it's a lot of it ends up being like a visual thing in a way where like this side right here, I'll have like blurred, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like a visual thing that makes it harder to like read stuff basically. That's a migraine. Yep. Mr. WMWG, thank you for the prime. But yeah, I usually get seasonal migraines. And it sucks. And for whatever reason, I'm getting one now. It's a pain, it is. Thank you for the 100 bits. Jake Rat. Having a nap might help. I mean, it's like right around the time I go to bed. Honestly, knowing what's left in the run, should I really finish? Chat, let's go over the rest of the run real quick. I talked to Toadette for 7 minutes. I buy shop items for like 4 minutes. I do a few things in Mushroom Kingdom. I do a few things in Sand Kingdom. And then I do the escape. Like half the run that's left is just nothing. I think knowing how bad these can get for me, like the ocular migraine stuff, I think I should just end. You know what? I don't need to put myself through this. I've basically finished the run. I'm just gonna end stream. I'm gonna end stream, get some food, drink some water, maybe take some of the like allergy sort of medicine stuff I have. Yeah, I think this is the smart decision. I think this is because I have like this massive light beaming in my face. Well, I'm having like a visual migraine. That just seems like a bad combo. See, who am I gonna raid? Who am I gonna raid? I could raid Katie. She's doing SMOD so let's raid Katie. All right, give Katie some love. Give her some support. Thank you guys so much for stopping by today. I appreciate you all for being understanding that I am ending stream because I am getting a migraine. But I really appreciate so much of you for being here. The fact that we're raiding with like 300 people is surreal to me. And it's honestly still and will always be really funny to me that as I continue to do more and more stuff that has nothing to do with All Moons is still the content that gets the most views on Twitch, and I don't know why, but I'll take it. All right, guys, give Katie some love. I'll see you later. Bye.